from the petitioner.
I'll allow it. It's not going to be part of our decision making, as I've stated, but I do like to at least know what they're doing under the state's regulatory scheme for social equity applicants, or social equity benefits.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Councilor.
So go ahead and just briefly describe what the incubation of social equity firms entails.
Yeah, so we didn't really know when they wrote the statute, so we've had to sort of figure that out and invent it, and it's been about as fulfilling a task as we as an organization have. So we have two formal teams and a third informal team, and what we do is we basically, the challenge was help these people get licenses and be successful in this industry. So we essentially we identified 3 teams. We brought them in and we introduced them to our senior leadership, and we said, listen, we're going to help you get some licenses. And so we used our internal licensing process, and I say that because unlike other operators, almost all of our licenses come because we applied and earned those licenses, not because we purchased them. And so we have, one of the things that we do as a company is we go out and we compete for those licenses and we win those licenses. And so we were able to deploy that functionality of our company for these 3 teams who have put in about 40 applications for craft to grow, for dispensary, and then for transportation licenses. And what we've done is as part of that incubation for 2 of those 3 teams, we have committed non-recourse loans to them of a minimum of $100,000. And by non-recourse, if they don't win a license, we are not going to chase them for this money. And if they do win a license and they're fortunate enough to get up and running and with our help and open their doors, then we can figure out how that loan gets repaid. I think our interest rate that we agreed with them was something like 7%, and we would start the term, sometime after they had their very first sale. So for us, it's about just getting them licenses and getting them up and running. So that's one piece of the incubation, and then we also do our community college stuff.
Thank you. What other ways does PharmaCann address community impact?
We firmly believe that social equity has 2 components, or 3 components, actually. One is restorative justice, which is this notion of correcting the wrongs of the past. That's expungements and expungement-related activities, certificates of relief from civil disabilities, and those sorts of things. But when it comes to diversity and inclusion, one notion is helping to bring diverse ownership into our industry, which is the incubation piece. The other is we recognize that 99% of the people in this industry aren't necessarily going to be owners. And so how do we help facilitate that, which is the bigger piece of the diversity and inclusion puzzle? And so, in that vein, diversity and inclusion starts with good paying jobs. So we are fortunate enough to be aligned with the United Food and Commercial Workers. We believe that aligning our business interests and our labor interests, our worker interests, is how you build a successful and profitable company moving forward, and how we bring and create good paying career opportunities, not just jobs, but upwardly mobile advancement and training in this space. And so for us, our relationship with organized labor is one that we rely on, and it's one that we have had since June of 2015, when we signed our first labor peace agreement with the United Food and Commercial Workers up in New York. And since those days, we've entered into 3 labor peace agreements with the UFCW, and we've entered into 2 collective bargaining agreements with the UFCW. And so we are aware that the bigger organizations like the Chicago Federation of Labor and the other organized labor organizations that are paying attention, we recognize how valuable the cannabis space is for a lot of us.
Great. What about minority participation in construction contracts?
Yes. So one of the things
before you go
Yes.
to, so as much as I
Yes,
do
sir.
want to, I do want to also just acknowledge, because it's not really part of our criteria. Can we get it a little bit more concise so we can move to?
Yes, sir. So I would just say that we have identified internally several buckets of activity. It's not just diverse hiring. That's an important bucket, but there are other buckets, and some of those buckets are our wholesale and vendor relationships, and we've identified construction related activity. So yeah, what we're trying to do is we're trying to ensure that 10% of our construction related activity is by WBE vendors, and 35% is by MBE vendors, and we like to use union labor for that construction activity. So that's important to us. Those are some of the buckets that we've identified to help inculcate diversity and inclusion and social equity throughout our organization.
Okay, and just to conclude Mr. Unruh's testimony, why don't you discuss a little bit the neighborhood engagement process that we went through starting in February with the community meeting?
Sure. So we noticed up a community meeting for this particular location. We had it at the Dave & Buster's location. I think that's over on Clark, if memory serves me correctly. And we had, as the person standing in front of that room, it's a little bit like standing on a stage in front of an audience. I don't really know how many people were there, but there were hundreds. And we spent some time going through our plan, going through who we were as a company, going through what our proposal was for that neighborhood, and we spent a lot of time listening to the feedback from the folks who attended.
Great. And then subsequent to the continuance last month, we did reach out to the objectors for a meeting. Isn't that correct?
I saw that it was one of several outreaches that we had made to the objectors.
Right.
Yes.
And they never did meet with us.
They did not meet with us.
So we went ahead and scheduled a voluntary informational update meeting. Is that correct? A few weeks ago?
So we, based on so the first adult use sale in Illinois was January 1st of 2020. And based on the understandable delay in holding our ZBA hearing for that location, and it had to do with the COVID shutdown. We all were disrupted. As we were beginning to prepare ourselves for this, we realized that we had learned tremendous lessons in those first 6 months of adult use sales, and we had developed and refined our process the way I hope a good, responsible company would. And so we felt that it was our obligation to update the community on the things the lessons that we had learned, because those lessons and those processes that we had implemented were directly responsive to the issues that were essentially raised with us. And there were plenty, and I don't mean to minimize them, but in large part, they had to do with congestion and traffic on one hand and security on the other.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Unruh. I have nothing further right now.
Thank you.
Our next witness. Oh, I'm sorry.
Will you just clarify for me when you said you reached out to the objectors, you were referring to FJ Management or somebody else?
So we had reached out prior to the last hearing. We had reached out directly to, or members of our team had reached out directly to Ms. Sergio Banks, because she had been, obviously a vocal opponent and offered to meet. We reached out to Matt Newberger of Mariano Park on 3 different occasions to offer to meet, because he had also been active in his opposition. We wanted to bring him up to date. And then subsequent to the continuance, I reached out, I believe the next day, directly to Counsel for FJ Management and offered to meet, and received a response that, if we were going to pursue this location, a meeting would be pointless. I offered an additional time after that, but that was also not accepted.
Got it. Okay, keep going.
Mr. Collins is our next witness, please.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeremy.
And Mr. Collins, you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Wait, Judge, I apologize. I was muted. Just to clarify the record from Ms. McGuire's comments, we actually spoke regarding this issue, and I will grant that it was not a long conversation, but it was a conversation in good faith by both sides in an effort to try to find some middle ground. We both realized very quickly in the conversation that our positions were diametrically opposed and there was no middle ground. So with respect to reaching out, yes, and quite frankly, we took your suggestion to heart very quickly. We spoke either the next day or the day after, but realized that there is no middle ground here. And that was a conclusion that we both came to, not that petitioners came to the table with any new suggestions, any new particular compromises, or any new thoughts. There wasn't a single new thought shared in that meeting.
Mr. Murphy, so while we're on this topic, the reason I was asking is more about, I'm trying to get a sense for how much really FJ Management is representing the broader pool of objectors who have registered on this matter. It sounds like most of the communication, at least between the applicant, other than the formal public meeting, has been with your office and sounds like Mr. Newberger. Is that a fair statement? Are you in communication with?
I'm in communication. I would say kind of the old phrase, everybody on my side of the V. Yes, I'm in communication with.
Okay. Then Ms. McGuire, please proceed. Actually, let me, Mr. Collins, you swear or affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Counselor, please proceed.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm not sure who's going to be managing the exhibits, but with this witness, we will start with having, one or two exhibits. So just in the event they want to get those teed up.
Yep. If you want to
Mr. Collins.
Ms. Velasquez, which one, if there's a particular one that's not in order, you'd like her to
Yeah,
jump?
so we will be, we will just briefly look at photos in Exhibit A and then Exhibit B, which is the floor plans and elevations. And as I mentioned, it'll be Mr. McMenemy who will walk through the floor plans in more detail.
Okay.
Mr. Collins, could you please state your full name and business address for the record, please?
My name is Christopher Collins. I work for Interform, and that is at 19 South LaSalle Street, Suite 300, here in Chicago.
And what is your educational background?
I have a Master's of Architecture from the University of Illinois at Chicago, from March 1992.
And are you an architect licensed in Illinois?
Yes, since 1996.
And you are the project architect for this site, is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you have experience designing cannabis dispensaries specifically for PharmaCann?
Yes, 6 others, 3 in Chicago, another one in Cincinnati, Ohio, and another one in Franklin, Massachusetts.
And you're also familiar with the rules and regulations of the state of Illinois relative to cannabis dispensary facilities?
Yes, I am.
And you're familiar with this site and the surrounding area? And exhibits, Exhibit A, pages 1 and 2 should be up on the screen.
Yes, I am.
We could also advance to Exhibit B, please. No, that's not B.
B is your
That's
site.
not. No, so, yeah.
B is the site plan is what I have it under, what was submitted.
Yeah, well, B is the project plans. Yes, there we go. Okay, thank you. Do you recognize the elevations and plans identified on the screen as Exhibit B?
Yes, I do.
Can you briefly describe the project?
Yes, it is a interior build out of an adult use cannabis dispensary in the ground floor of an existing 4-story building. The proposed build out is contemplated in 2 phases. The first phase is approximately 2,300 square feet. And then the second phase is the remainder of the first floor for a total of 3,700 square feet.
And are any changes contemplated to the exterior of the building?
Just in phase 2, there'll be a planned entry directly to the street so they don't go through the lobby.
And will the project provide business identification signage for the proposed use?
Yes, and as well on the exterior, there'll be signage.
Will the proposed exterior lighting and identification signage be compatible and consistent with the signage and lighting of other area businesses?
Yes, it will.
Mr. Collins, do you know what the property is zoned?
The property is zoned DX7 Downtown Mixed Use District.
Are there other tenants in the building?
Yes, above is a bridal store and a yoga studio and other offices.
Is a cannabis dispensary a permitted use at this location?
Per the Chicago zoning ordinance, the cannabis dispensary requires a special use permit. Special use
And what is the, oh, sorry. Thank you. What is the parking requirement for cannabis dispensaries in the DX7 mixed-use zoning district?
Right. There is no parking requirement for any non-residential use in the DX7 district, except for hotels greater than 1,500 square feet of meeting space or theaters with more than 1,000 seats.
Thank you. If the special use is granted, in your opinion, will this building and the proposed build-out conform to all applicable requirements of the Chicago zoning ordinance?
Yes.
In your professional opinion, is the proposed use compatible with the surrounding area as to site planning, building scale, and design?
Yes, except for the addition of a separate entrance to the dispensary, no other changes made to the existing building on the exterior. The surrounding area consists of a broad range of buildings, types and sizes. The structure will continue to remain compatible with the area.
Great, thank you. I have nothing further of this witness.
Okay.
My next witness is William McMenemy.
Mr. McMenemy, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes.
Go ahead, Counselor.
Thank you. Mr. McMenemy, if you could please state and spell your name for the record, please.
Sure. William McMenemy, McMenamy.
What- I'm sorry.
First name William, William.
And what is your title at PharmaCann?
Chief Revenue Officer.
Can you please describe your professional background?
Sure. I've been in the retail industry for over 25 years, serving as an executive in various capacities, having both domestic and international experience across all different functions: human resources, operations, loss prevention, merchandising, retail, wholesale. Prior to joining PharmaCann, most recently, I spent 4.5 years in China, in Shanghai, China, launching the Gap brand in Hong Kong, Taiwan, and mainland China. I was responsible as a general manager and vice president, so responsible for all operations within Asia, specifically for China, Hong Kong, and Taiwan. Prior to that, I was the vice president of operations and loss prevention at Gap Inc., specifically for mainland China. And then prior to that, I helped launch a brand called Five Below, taking that company public in 2012.
Thank you. What are your responsibilities as Chief Revenue Officer of PharmaCann?
Sure. First and foremost, to drive revenue, create strategies to drive revenues for the company. My responsibilities include retail, wholesale, real estate site selection, security, loss prevention, operations.
Okay. Are you familiar with the state of Illinois regulations governing dispensary operations and facilities?
I am.
And are you familiar specifically with PharmaCann's dispensary operations and security plans?
Yes, I am.
And you're familiar with the subject site, 12 to 14 West Maple, is that
Yes, I
correct?
am.
And you're familiar with PharmaCann's plans for this location, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
Specifically the floor plans, dispensary operations, security plans?
Yes, I am.
Okay. If we could go to applicant, oh, thank you, Exhibit C, there we go. Where's the one that has the numbers? Hold on a second. If we could first go back an exhibit to Exhibit C. There's one more. It's the one that's labeled, it says Verilife Technology, it's the payment app.
I don't think she has that in this particular deck, but we all have it. It's part of why we make you put all these things in advance. So we all have it separately and can look at it. So let's keep going.
Okay, fair enough. As long as you can see that, that's fine with me. Before we go through the floor plans, operations, and security for the dispensary, I'd like you to talk about a unique aspect of PharmaCann's proposed operations here as to online orders, cashless payment, and reservation-only system. Will all customers of the dispensary place their orders online?
Yes, so specifically for 12 West Maple, we will operate this dispensary on a reservation-only operations platform. So we've learned a great deal, as Jerry mentioned earlier in his testimony, since January 1st, and worked extensively to evolve and modernize our operations platform, providing a great experience for our customer and being a great neighbor in the communities that we serve. So in this particular dispensary specifically, we will have a reservation-only system, so very similar to how you would transact at Starbucks mobile ordering. We'll have a digital payment system, and then we'll have a reservation system for this particular dispensary.
Right, and those apps are depicted in that Exhibit C. So no walk-in customers will be accepted at this site?
No.
Can you describe how a customer places an order on the app?
Sure. They go online, access the menu or site via their phone, or they can do it through their PC at home. They access our menu. First, they would select the store that they want to shop at. So in this case, 12 West Maple. They would access the menu. And from the menu, they would make their product selections. And upon making their product selections, they would reserve those in the cart. The way cannabis is set up currently in Illinois, you can't make a purchase online. You can reserve online, and I want to make sure that we make that distinction as we talk about digital payment. So you reserve your product, you put it in your cart, and then part two to that is you make your reservation. So you scroll down, select a time that's convenient for you, that works with your lifestyle, and you select that time. And at that point, you're giving a confirmation number, and that confirmation number is either sent to you from text or email, and it's on your phone. And then you can proceed to the dispensary, and you'll get a message to arrive at the dispensary no more than 5 minutes before your reservation time.
And so that app then will allow you to select the option to make an online payment?
Absolutely. So the customer has an opportunity to enroll in our digital payment system. So think about it as how you would pay on your app at Starbucks. So you log your debit card or your checking account information on the app, and you receive a personalized QR code that you bring with you into the dispensary. And at the time of purchase, you show the QR code, and the code is scanned, and your transaction is completed once you've been given your product.
Are any existing PharmaCann dispensaries utilizing this online ordering, reservation, and payment app system?
Yes, so all of our dispensaries, with the exception of Arlington Heights, because it's a medical use dispensary, but starting 9/1, when we introduce rec to Arlington Heights, they will use the reservation system as well, and we use it in Massachusetts as well.
And do you expect that cash purchases will be reduced as a result of the online payment option?
Yeah, absolutely. The way that people transact today in their lives, they do mostly everything through digital payment, a large majority through digital payment, and we expect it to be the same in cannabis and PharmaCann.
Okay, so let's drill down a little bit into this reservation system too. So how are reservations assigned?
Sure, they're assigned to the customer. To the customer, yep. So, you go online, you select your product, and you select a time that is convenient for you. We have the reservation times blocked out into 15-minute quadrants, and each reservation drill down to the detail of a minute, if you will. So you just don't select 10:45 and then 11 o'clock. You can select 10:45, 10:46, 10:47, whatever works for you and your lifestyle.
Can a customer walk by the dispensary and decide to place an order and get a slot for 15 minutes later?
No.
Why is that?
Well, the reservation system books up typically 2 days in advance. I mean, in practice, if there was an open reservation, could they do that? It's possible, highly unlikely, because the system typically books up 2 days in advance. So as reservations kind of open, they book up very, very quickly. And we don't allow people to book any greater than 48 hours in advance.
Can people without a reservation enter the dispensary at all?
No.
How do they prove they have a reservation?
Sure. As I mentioned earlier, they'll receive a confirmation code to their email or via text message, and they're required to bring that with them. They can print it out or keep it on their phone. We validate that. If I can draw your attention to the diagram that's on the board there, in phase one, we'll validate that at the vestibule by our external security. We'll validate that there is a confirmation, and they'll allow them access into where our public area is in our dispensary. We'll check the reservation again by our security team just to validate that they do have a valid reservation and that they are being there 5 minutes before their reservation time.
Yeah, and we'll walk through that in
Sure.
some detail with the help of the floor plan too. What if a customer comes too early or too late?
Yeah, so too early, we do not allow them access. It's 5 minutes prior to their reservation. And then how the system is set up is that their order will be canceled if they don't pick it up within 1 hour of their reservation time. So that inventory goes back into stock and that reservation is canceled.
Okay. And you're using this reservation-only system similar to the online app system, right, at other PharmaCann dispensaries?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. What was the rationale for going with an online reservation-only system?
Sure. I mean, there's lots. So first and foremost, we'll start with the community. And as mentioned earlier in earlier testimony, if you just looked at where cannabis was in Illinois after January 1st, there were certainly disruption in the community, really long lines and people waiting and just not creating a great experience for the community. And understanding that it's even a worse experience for the customer. They wait in line sometimes for 2 to 3 hours, only to find that the product that they wanted is actually not in the dispensary. And so they have a really difficult choice, right? I waited online for 3 or 4 hours. I don't have what I want. And so they make a purchase that they actually really don't want. And we reimagined that and thought through that both from the community point of view and the customer point of view, and evolved our operations plan to address those issues. And the reservation system does that. It allows us to be a good community partner by allowing us to be held accountable. So we don't have queuing and we don't have lines in front of our dispensaries. Those are all gone. So if you go by any of our dispensaries, you won't see a line and you won't see queuing on the exterior. The second piece, it allows us to build trust with our community. So they gain trust when they see that there aren't lines, there aren't queuing in front of our dispensaries. The other piece is our customer. We deliver a great customer experience. And in the cannabis industry, what's incredibly important is the menu and the availability of product. And so our customers specifically can go and reserve the product that they want. That product will be there for them in that allotted 1 hour time, as we mentioned earlier. And so we deliver a much greater customer experience. They don't have to stand in a queue. They don't have to stand outside and in the weather and in the heat and in the cold. They come at their allotted time. They come in and pick that item up that they wanted, and they're in and out in less than 2 minutes. And so it's about creating a great customer experience. The other piece, if I can, is the operational part. And in the cannabis industry, and specifically to Illinois, one of the things that very few people actually understand is that there's not a great deal of cannabis supply out there. And this reservation system, although it's customer facing, allows us to operate much more efficiently and match the supply that we have with the demand that we have. And one of the things that's different from PharmaCann than other dispensary operators is that we're not going to put inventory on a menu that we actually don't have. We put the inventory on the menu that we actually do have. And that's why, as I mentioned earlier, it's incredibly important that we don't take reservations more than 48 hours in advance, because we can hold that customer promise for 48 hours. We understand the inventory we have, and we can make that promise to them that if they make a reservation online, that we'll have that product for them And we'll have that held in reserve for them when they arrive. So it's multifaceted on the operational side, but it allows us to match the reservations with the supply that's currently in the marketplace.
Speaking of supply, is there generally a shortage of cannabis products in Illinois?
Yes.
And when is supply expected to catch up with demand in Illinois?
You know, the industry says that in 2021, that there will be ample supply, but they're using estimates from dispensaries that exist currently today.
By the time the supply catches up, is it expected that more dispensaries will be open and operating in Chicago and Illinois generally?
Sure, absolutely. There are 75 licenses, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that are going to be issued here in the next, 2 to 3 weeks. So, of course.
And as more dispensaries open up, what happens to customer behavior?
Yeah, it's a great question. So you'll see the consumer behavior change, much as it is in traditional retail, and it'll be more about convenience versus destination. And you'll see the consumers disperse, and they'll shop closer to their home where it's obviously more convenient for them. Right now, there's just not a lot of dispensaries, so you tend to see people will travel further and go destination shopping rather than convenient shopping. But that will change very quickly here in the future.
Okay, we're about to walk through that floor plan. So if we could have Exhibit D, the customer and delivery flow floor plans put up. They're the colored floor plans that have the numbers on them. So we just heard Mr. Collins talk about a phased build out of the space. Can you discuss briefly the rationale for the phased build out?
Sure. Cannabis is unique. Even though you can win approval at a ZBA and you can obtain your license, if there's competition in a particular area, it comes down to the operator that is more efficient and can scale quicker. And so thus we have to do this in a phased approach, so a phase 1, phase 2.
And what would the timing be to get to phase 2?
Well, phase 2 will obviously, if we are fortunate enough to be approved, we would run that construction in parallel. And we'd imagine that phase 2 would take between 8 and 12 weeks to complete.
Would the construction occur during operating hours of phase 1?
No.
All right, I'd like to walk through, again, I don't know if members of the ZBA, you have the correct exhibit available that has the numbers on it as well. We were hopeful that in this, we were hopeful that in this virtual setting, it would be a little easier. What do you need?
Yeah, the one it's marked customer and delivery flow phase 1.
Right, yeah. We just thought this way, if he talked about numbers, it would be a little easier to follow since I can't really have him effectively point at anything.
Yep.
All right, and we've got it right here, actually. That's not quite the right one. These ones have the numbers, so
Right.
you can look onto that one with me. All right, Mr. McMenemy, what do the different colors on the floor plan mean?
Sure. The green on the floor plan would refer to a public access area. In this case, it would be limited to employees and customers.
Okay, and what about yellow?
Yeah, yellow would be restricted access. So that area would be limited to, employees for sure, some employees and customers who have been given approval to enter into that area, which is typically our dispensing area.
Did you mean it's limited access?
Limited access,
Yeah.
yes. I'm
And so
sorry.
red is restricted access?
Red is restricted, I'm sorry.
Okay, and so what does restricted access mean?
Yeah, restricted access is access that's granted to the agent in charge, typically our general manager and managers within the dispensary, and also a limited amount of employees as approved by the agent in charge. So those areas would typically be your cash vault, delivery area, and product vault.
Okay. So now let's start at sort of spot 1 in the phase 1 plan. What occurs at spot 1?
Yeah, so spot 1, we would have our external security there. 2 agents would be there at all times. Our customer would come to spot 1 and we would validate their reservation, make sure that they have a confirmation, and then our external security would allow them to proceed to the spot on your map, which is 2.
Okay, and what occurs then at spot 2?
Sure, there would be a PharmaCann employee there, a customer service representative, who would again just validate that reservation and the timing of that reservation, and allow access into the public area, the reception, security, waiting area.
Is that entryway, essentially from 2 to 3, is that locked?
Yeah, so it would be restricted access to a key card, absolutely.
Okay. And then what occurs in sort of section 3?
So section 3, the customer has gained access into that public area, if you will. We'll have 2 OSSs stationed there. And what they'll do is validate that the customer does have a valid state-issued ID and/or passport that's not expired, and it has the correct birth date. They need to be over 21 years of age to gain access. Once they've validated it physically, they'll put it through a scanner, an electronic scanner that will do the same thing. It'll validate that it is a valid ID. They'll check their confirmation, their appointment, to make sure that they do have a valid appointment. And from there, they can wait until they are given access into points 4 and 5, which would be the dispensing area, point of sale area.
Okay. So at 4, is that essentially the entry then from the?
It is, and
Okay.
typically one of our agents in charge, our front of house manager, would typically be there, just ensuring, a great customer experience, flow of traffic, things of that nature.
And that door is locked as well?
That door is secured, absolutely. It's restricted access, and you need to use a key card, or security needs to buzz you in order to gain access there.
Okay. So then the customer has entered into the dispensing area, the limited access area that we've identified as number 5. So what occurs there?
Sure, and that's where the transaction takes place. So either on their phone or in printed material, they would show the PCR, who's behind the point of sale there, their confirmation number. That order would then be pulled. So that order would be staged in our secure vaults, which is point number 7. So we would communicate from point number 5 to point number 7 via a walkie-talkie radio that customer X is here, give them the order number. That order would be secured in our vault. So they'd unlock the vault, grab that particular order, and that order would be run up to the POS, where it would then be checked, confirmed. The transaction would be completed through our digital payment app, and then the customer's transaction would be complete. And at that time, they would exit the dispensary.
How is product packaged?
Yeah, so product is obviously packaged in sealed containers. They arrive sealed from our cultivation sites and our vendors. And that package would be stored in a sealed bag, if you will. The customer-facing bag would be something that you would see, like, of the quality of what you'd see in like a Nordstrom. It's a really high-end bag that once it's confirmed with the customer and their order is confirmed, it's snapped shut and secured. So the customer would literally have to rip it open in order to gain access to the product. But I just want to point out that there's no loose flower or anything like that in the dispensary. It's all in sealed containers. That's the best way I can articulate that.
What's the average transaction time from the time that somebody comes to spot 1 and then is ready, the purchase has been completed?
It's really quick. From the time that they start at spot 1, maybe 3.5 minutes, but the whole transaction time in spot 5 takes about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes.
Okay. And then this is still the phase 1 plan, although for deliveries and restricted access areas in the rear, it'll be the same for phase 2. But let's talk a little bit about how deliveries are handled.
Sure. So deliveries, they're highly controlled. And so what happens is, if I may, can I start in the cultivation side of it at the vendor, where the manifest that is specific to PharmaCann is logged in the state system. And there's a manifest created which has the batch number, the control number, the weight of the individual product, all line item listed. And as I mentioned, they are put into a manifest. The couriers, and there are 2 that transport that product from the cultivation center to the stores, they are identified and also are recorded. So the same couriers who are taking the product, they're recorded as the kind of the couriers that are bringing that product. So they're recorded in the state system. The ETA is also generated, so that way that product can't disappear for 2 to 3 hours on a trip that's supposed to take 45 minutes. And they set their route. They'll let the agent in charge know that the delivery will be coming at X time. The agent in charge is one of the only people who will know the actual delivery time. The couriers will pull up to the restricted access area, which is in the rear of the building, so in and around point 6. And one courier will call the dispensary and let them know that they have arrived. The agent in charge will come through the restricted access area, validating the IDs of the couriers to ensure that they are the same. They will validate the manifest to make sure that that manifest matches the manifest that started out at the cultivation center. They'll compare it in the state systems. At that time, one courier will be granted access into the restricted access area, so point 6, if you will. And the product will be brought in by the one courier. One courier remains with the vehicle. The product is then checked in, the batch number, the control ID numbers. They make sure it's the same weight, item by item, through the manifest to ensure that the product that was sent from the cultivation center is actually received in the store. Once all of that has been completed, the courier is escorted out of the building, and then the building is secured, point 6 through point 7, so forth and so on.
And then the product is stored how in section
Yeah.
point 7?
Absolutely. So we have safes that we will have in point 7. So in this particular dispensary, we will have 8 of these safes. They weigh about 2,400 pounds a piece. They are bolted to the floor, and they are DEA approved safes. So that product is housed in those safes at all times. They're not left open. They're monitored. They're surveilled 24 hours a day, and there's restricted access points, and very few people actually have access into the restricted access area to engage with the product. But at all times of operation, those safes are locked and closed, secured.
Right, so I think we can shift to the next page, which is phase 2. Yep, there we go, great. Bill, can you talk about what happens here at 1?
Sure. Similar to what we talked about in phase 1, our external security will be at that door confirming reservation, ensuring that the customer does have a reservation before they grant access into the public area. Once they've gained access, they'll go to the security desk. Again, we'll have 2 OSSs on staff and stationed at that desk. They will validate, again, the ID, the birth date on the ID, and ensure that is a valid state ID and/or passport. And again, they'll confirm the reservation time, at which time the customer is allowed to wait, if you will, on or around point 3.
Okay, and then what happens
Right.
into 4?
When they are granted access into point 4, the restricted access area, they are kind of buzzed in or allowed in through a key card or the security team buzzing them in. They go into point 4 where they transact, very similar to how they transacted in phase 1, where they'll provide their confirmation, their reservation. That order will be pulled from point 7 and then brought up to point of sale, point 4. They'll provide their digital payment QR code, we'll scan it, and the customer leaves in a sealed bag. They go out through point 3 and then back out through point 1.
Right, and the significant change between phase 1 and phase 2 is this dedicated exterior.
Dedicated entrance.
Right.
And so in phase 2, we would be using the common vestibule. In phase 1, we'd be using the common vestibule. In phase 2, we would be using our own dedicated entrance.
And as to deliveries in phase 2, are they essentially identical to
They're
phase 1?
identical, absolutely. Yep.
Can we talk a little bit about hours of operation?
Sure. So the hours of operation are 9 to 9, Monday through Saturday, and 9 to 7 on Sunday. And go ahead.
I'm sorry, yeah. So, but there is the flexibility, you have the ability to be flexible about hours.
Yeah, absolutely.
And,
for sure.
but these would be the earliest opening and latest closing times, is
Yeah.
that right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And will there be any consumption on premises?
No,
Would PharmaCann consider modifying its plans here to allow for consumption on premises
No.
if the City of Chicago ordinances were to allow it?
no.
Let's talk about dispensary capacity a little bit. How many customers could the dispensary physically accommodate at one time in phase one?
In phase one,
I'm sorry
20,
to interrupt you. I just want to note, so if that were a condition of your special use, what you said about never pursuing an on-site consumption, you would have no objection to that?
Yes,
No,
that's correct.
yeah.
Yes, we are
Okay.
confirming that.
Okay.
All right, so phase one capacity on the dispensary is,
It's 23 customers.
okay. And phase two?
669.
Okay, and then as far as the number of transactions that you can process in phase one?
So with the 3 POS stations in phase one, we would expect during the peak hours to process about 30 transactions per hour. Can I talk a little bit about peak hours?
Sure.
Yeah. So the peak hours for phase one and phase two would be very similar. So the peak days would be Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and the peak times would be between 12:30 and 4:30.
Okay. And that's during a peak time?
That's during the peak time.
Okay. So at full build out, so phase two, what's your sort of estimate on average transactions? Or I'm sorry, let me take that back. Estimated transactions per hour during peak times?
80.
Okay. And what are those estimates based on?
Sure. I mean, we look at historical of where we're at in, Illinois, and then where we have much more history in Massachusetts. And then we've just developed a forecast based on how the customer actually behaves. And then we can pull data from our reservation system to understand how they behave, for sure.
And in fact, this reservation only based system allows you to control the number of customers in the dispensary at any given time. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yeah, and that's one of the benefits of it. As I mentioned earlier, we can open it up to only the number of customers that we actually have supply to meet their demand and deliver a great experience.
Okay. Number of employees in phase one?
Yeah, there'll be 16 employees in phase one,
Okay. And phase two?
35.
Okay. And is there a general manager on site?
Yeah, so in both scenarios, there'll be a general manager, agent in charge. They'll have 4 managers reporting to them. Some of them will be, have the designation of agent in charge. And then we'll have full-time hourly employees reporting up into that management staff. So the management staff remains the same for both. The number of employees changes. I just want to point out that we would have the in-house security team as well, along with the management staff.
Thank you. Will this dispensary create any noise?
No,
How about odor?
no. I mean, so as I mentioned earlier, all of the product is in containers and tamper-proof containers, and so there's no odor that emits from them. You'd hardly even know that there's cannabis product in them because they're not overt in terms of their packaging. So that's from the product side. There's no loose flower or anything like that in our dispensaries. And then, the assortment that we have chews and vapes and concentrates and things like that don't emit any odor at all. And then in our design, we have air purification systems built in with charcoal filters. So we've taken every precaution to make sure that, there won't be an odor in the dispensary.
All right, let's shift gears to cash management a
Sure.
little bit. So how do you guys manage cash?
Sure. As I mentioned, one of the things we're doing to break our reliance on cash is, implementing the digital payment system. But cash is very similar to any other retail business. The cash is picked up by, a bank, an armed security company would pick up the cash. The cash is stored in our safe in a very secured area. Again, those safes are 2,400 pounds. They're bolted to the floor. And then we count and account for our cash multiple times during the day.
Okay. How is cash picked up from the dispensary?
Sure. It's picked up by an armored vehicle. We'll come and pick that up. Similar, like the analogy I can give you is like a Brinks truck or, a Wells Fargo truck would come and pick it up. And those deposits are made into the bank. They're recorded. They're accounted for on the dispensary side and the bank side. And we process cash like any other retailer would process cash.
All right, let's spend a little bit of time talking about dispensary security. Can you talk about the number of security personnel on site?
Yeah, so I'll start first with external security. So there'll be 2 external security who will be stationed at the front. We will have a 3rd external security person who will also remain at the front, but their specific duty, and they can rotate, it's not like one has to do it, they can rotate, would be to conduct community patrols around the exterior of 12 West Maple, but also in the community as well. So their responsibility is for the safeness, security, and well-being of the external or exterior of the Verilife site at 12 West Maple. In addition to that, we have Verilife or PharmaCann employees who are on-site security personnel. There'll be 2 of those on site at any given time. Again, they'll be working the front desk, and their primary responsibility is ensuring the safety, security, and well-being of the internal portion of the building. Part and parcel to that, we have a very robust digital security system that's monitoring the building 24 hours a day, both with cameras, and then we have, as we walk through, the limited access points, the public areas, restricted access points, which are all electronically protected.
Okay. Okay. Can you talk a little bit about the details on some of the other state-approved safety and security protocols?
Sure. So the exterior of the building, I mean, the state requires that you have a very specific camera system and camera requirements, and our compliance team ensures that when we're designing our buildings with our architect, that we are implementing, to the strictest standard, all of that digital security to the state's requirements, for sure.
Okay. And the digital security surveillance is placed on the exterior of the building, including the alley?
Yes, it's on the exterior of the building, it's in the alley, it's on the interior of the building. All access points on the exterior are monitored 24/7. The inside is monitored 24/7. There are panic buttons that if the agent in charge or any employee would feel threatened in any way, or any incident would happen in and around the building, they could press the panic button. Our security systems are tied into the Illinois State Police and the IDFPR. They remote in and can look in at any given time, and routinely do. We grant access to any of the state agencies who want to remotely access our premises.
Okay. Let's shift to more perimeter exterior security, if we could, and maybe pull up Exhibit E. Let me flip to it just so I see it. I don't know if the members of the have it. I know it's not on our general screen, but I'm hoping you all see it. Okay. But before we go to that map, Bill, let's talk a little bit about what you're doing as far as the outside of the dispensary premises generally before we go to the perimeter patrols.
Right. So on the outside, we'll have obviously increased lighting on the exterior of the building to brighten up the area. Remove any of the kind of shadowing and darkness or that exists currently today. Our external security would be kind of a community eyes and ears, for third-party community eyes and ears. If they see something, they can call 311 or 911 to report any behavior that's not consistent with what the community is actually wanting and needing. So
They'll monitor for loitering.
they'll monitor for loitering, absolutely. They won't let people congregate in front of the dispensary. They will ensure that the area in and around the dispensary is always clear. They are trained in conflict resolution. So they're there to make sure that there's a safe and secure atmosphere on the exterior of our building.
Okay. So then shifting gears to the perimeter patrol or neighborhood patrol plan that's on the screen out as Exhibit E. Can you talk about that, please?
Sure, and for the members, if I can call out, the exhibit that you have doesn't show the entirety of the patrol. And so, if you will, our patrol would start on 12 West Maple Street, and it would go up to North Dearborn, and they would patrol North Dearborn down to Elm Street, I believe it is.
Up to Elm Street.
Up to Elm Street, and through Elm Street, back through the alley. They would go down North Rush Street, come back around State Street, making sure they pay close attention to Mariano Park, and then back up through Maple Street. And we would do that every 2 hours. And as I mentioned earlier, if there are any issues that they are to report, they would call 311 or 911. And again, it's to provide the community additional set of eyes and ears, and to report any nefarious activity that might be disruptive in the community.
And they might perform I'm sorry.
So this is the one of the three, right? The other two external are
Absolutely.
in the building, and one person is doing this route.
Yes.
Okay.
That is correct.
And they can do other sort of community, like pick up litter to the extent they see that too along the way, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And in addition to that, I think Jeremy spoke to, testified to it a little while ago, but we also have our community outreach staff that is assigned to the store, and their specific responsibility, not so much security, it's community relations. And so if any member of the community would have an issue, would like them to be involved either on a fundraising project, a volunteer project, maintaining Mariano Park, that person has a cell phone that's on 24/7 that we can provide to members of the community. And their main goal is community relations and engaging with the community and trying to make the community a better place. And that's one of our key tenets.
What do you estimate annual revenue to be from this dispensary?
Yeah, dispensaries in the city can, on the low side, produce $15 million in revenue and all the way up to a high of $25 million in revenue. We would expect a premium location like this to be on the upper end of that and closer to the $25 million.
Just shifting to get your opinion on the standards. Will the dispensary be operated in full compliance with all state of Illinois and city of Chicago regulations and ordinances?
Absolutely.
In your opinion, is this proposed dispensary in the interest of the public convenience?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, there are, a lot of people who utilize cannabis for multiple of reasons. Even though it's a recreational facility, there might be people who, engage in cannabis for, other reasons, and they just want to remain anonymous. But, the state of Illinois has legalized adult use cannabis possession and consumption, including the city of Chicago. And so I do believe it's serving the public's good.
And is there demand in the neighborhood and community for it?
Absolutely. For sure.
In your opinion, will this dispensary have an adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood?
No.
And why is that?
Well, it's how we operate, right? We're an experienced operator, and we hold ourselves to the highest standards, and we stay in compliance with the state and local regulations.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and as I outlined, we have a very robust safety and security plan. We've put in operational protocols, like a reservation-only system, the payment system, and that might run counterintuitive to how a lot of businesses would like to operate, because you might think that we're limiting our ability. And I would say that through the experience we provide and how we are running this dispensary, not only will we build trust with the community, but we'll be able to deliver a great experience for both the communities and customers that we serve.
In your opinion, is this dispensary compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics?
I do believe that. I believe we provide an elevated experience. As I mentioned earlier, our bags are similar to what someone would find or obtain when they shop in a Nordstrom. And so we believe we fit the character of that neighborhood incredibly well. Our customers are there, and we believe we should be where our customers are.
And your hours of operation are compatible with retail uses in the area?
Absolutely.
And in fact, the dispensary will operate in some respects very much like a retail use in the area. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
I have nothing further, Mr. McMenamy. Our next witness is Stephen Vance. Thanks so much. I see Stephen.
Mr. Vance, do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes.
Mr. Vance, could you please state your full name and business address for the record, please?
My name is Stephen Vance. It's Stephen with a V, and last name is Vance, V-A-N-C-E. My business address is 181 West Madison Street, Suite 3815 in Chicago, 60602.
And what is your educational background?
I have a Master of Urban Planning and Policy from the University of Illinois at Chicago, which I obtained in 2010.
And what is your role at MAP Strategies?
My
I'm sorry,
title
did I
is
ask
the
you where
director.
you- Hold on, back up. I don't think I even asked you, where do you work?
I work at a company called MAP Strategies. MAP Strategies stands for Morrison Architectural Planning Strategies.
And what is your role there?
My title is the Director of Urban Planning and Technology.
What do you do in that role?
Generally, I assist our permitting and architectural code teams understand the requirements of the Chicago zoning ordinance and how they apply to our clients' projects. And additionally, I perform zoning assessments for properties in the city of Chicago and elsewhere. And then on top of that, I helped developers and real estate brokers find suitable development sites based on their specific parameters regarding zoning, FAR, parcel size, etc.
We would ask that Mr. Vance be recognized as an expert in urban planning.
We recognize him as such.
What was your assignment for this particular project, Mr. Vance?
I was retained to provide a land planning analysis to detail the land uses within 500 feet of the subject site.
And were you also retained to prepare a map depicting the 500-foot radius around the subject site?
Yes, I was.
And if we could put Exhibit F up on the screen, please. I'm sorry, next time I'll ask for it sooner. Apologize for not anticipating that. If the commissioners have it on their screens, we can move on. Okay, thank you. And do you recognize the map identified as Exhibit F? I don't know if you can see it, Stephen.
Right now, I still see the site plan for the building. Oh, there it is.
There we go.
Okay, so I see it now. Yes, I
And you
recognize this map.
Great. Did you prepare this map?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was your map verified by a licensed architect?
Yes, it was.
And as to this map, how did you prepare it?
I used Geographic Information System, otherwise known as GIS software. I used GIS files obtained from the Cook County Assessor's Office, as well as data from the City of Chicago to show where the streets are. And then GIS software allows one to draw a highly accurate 500-foot or any other distance buffer, which is shown on that black line around the subject site. The parcels are accurate to within 2.5 feet, and those are the colored outlines, and those represent each individual pin in the city of Chicago, and that information is provided by the Cook County Clerk's Office, and they're accurate to within 2.5 feet based on information provided by the Clerk's Office.
Thank you. Did you also prepare a report?
Yes, I did.
And that report has been submitted just for the record as applicant's Exhibit I, but we don't need to pull that up. And that report analyzed the surrounding land uses, is that correct?
Yes, the report is essentially the narrative version of this map.
Okay. And can you describe what actions you took for purposes of compiling this list of land uses?
Yes, so using the information from the Cook County Assessor's Office, I was able to color code into these groups of vacant, residential, mixed use, commercial, and unclassified, otherwise known as tax exempt properties, as well as locating the nearest schools to the subject site.
Okay. And did you also walk the neighborhood in the area?
Yes, I also walked on every single block shown on this map on both sides of the street to just provide a first-person view of what the GIS data showed me to verify that the GIS data was generally correct.
Okay. And based on this research, what did you conclude about the types of uses that are within the 500-foot radius?
The area within the 500-foot radius is a mixed-use neighborhood with a high-density mixed-use residential buildings, institutional uses, a lot of retail stores, a lot of restaurants, bars, and cafes, and a fair number of parking garages.
And based on your research, what did you conclude about the existence of a school within 500 feet of the subject site?
There is no school within 500 feet of the subject site.
Okay. I have nothing further of this witness. Michael Wolin is our next witness.
Mr. Woolen, do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
We continue to recognize your expertise. Go ahead, Counselor.
Okay, thank
Judge,
you.
if I may, would this be a good time to take about a 10-minute break, washroom break?
Sure. Why don't we do that? We'll recess and reconvene at 4:20.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Okay.
Joe, did you have a question? Joe, you have to unmute yourself. Do you have a question?
No. My kid was playing with the iPad. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Oh, what time does this end? Just a quick question.
It can't, we don't have a time frame.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is for our court reporter, Katie. Katie, this is Victor. I emailed you the information that you requested. If you need anything else, you can always just shoot me an email. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Saul is present. Commissioner Esposito, are you there?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Commissioner Garcia, are you there? And Commissioner Toya, are you there? Okay, we have quorum. We're going to proceed. Go ahead, Counselor. You have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Mike, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. Mike, could you please state your name and business address, please?
My name is Mike Olin, spelled W-O-L-I-N. My business mailing address is 5 Revere Drive, Suite 430, Northbrook, Illinois.
And could you please briefly describe your educational background?
I received my undergraduate degree in 1977 from the University of Illinois Champaign, Urbana.
And you're an MAI appraiser, is that correct?
I am an MAI appraiser. The MAI is most often referred to like the PhD of real estate valuation. It's a certificate that's been granted by my peers after peer review by the Appraisal Institute, a global professional association of real estate appraisers.
We'd ask that this board recognize Mr. Wolin as an expert.
We do.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wolin, what is the scope of your engagement for the subject site?
I was retained by PharmaCann, our client, to determine whether the proposed adult cannabis facility would have an adverse impact on the welfare of the neighborhood and/or community, and prepare a report setting forth my conclusion.
And what actions did you take as part of this engagement?
In doing that, my initial was to walk the property as well as go inside and outside of the building itself. I conducted an in-person interview with ownership representative. I reviewed the applicant's operations, the security plan, and the compatibility with the neighborhood as a retail unit. I then reviewed the applicant's provided floor plan. I reviewed the maps, studies, market data, and I researched changes in potential property values of four mixed-use neighborhoods after the establishment of the adult cannabis dispensaries in each of those neighborhoods.
Thank you. And can you describe the character of the immediate area?
The immediate area is a commercial, institutional, mixed-use area that's been established for many, many years.
What is the property's, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Mike, go ahead.
The subject site fits in that realm because it is a 4-story building. It's a multi-tenant building, as discussed already. It is currently built with a yoga studio, bridal store, massage studio.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mike. And what is the property zoned?
DX7, downtown mixed use.
Are the adjacent properties also zoned DX7?
Yes.
Can you describe the character of the surrounding neighborhood?
I sure can. Ground floor are generally commercial uses. Upstairs are generally residential uses. Higher density, lower density uses. We have some in high rise, like the building to the immediate south, as well as to the west. Then we have smaller buildings, 3-story buildings, like the building immediately east of us. Most of the area is considered commercial mixed use, low density, high density uses.
Thank you. Can you discuss the research that you conducted specifically as to the potential impact of this dispensary on property values in the neighborhood?
I reviewed values of properties adjacent to existing cannabis facilities in established neighborhoods in the city. I reviewed the body of academic literature to determine what the academic consensus is regarding if there is any cannabis effect to the properties. I used the library resource, the Appraisal Institute, to determine and to obtain any reviews, any news articles, any literature, any research papers about whether or not there are any effects of cannabis on property values. I then specifically looked for any studies showing a decline in property values near dispensaries. And after exhausting the research I did, there really weren't any significant studies. There were peer reviews, but that's all there were. Other than that, the studies all showed no decline.
Thank you. And what were the results of your research into property values adjacent to existing dispensaries in Chicago?
As I indicate, I identified 4 locations: the Logan Square location, the Wicker Park, the Lakeview, the Uptown. Then I went to what it's called MRED, or the MLS, Service Data Service, to determine whether that showed any increase or decrease in values surrounding. Data from that source did not suggest dispensaries have a negative effect on property values. Then I did a controlled data source, which is what I'd call within 0.3 miles and 1 mile radius, which are really similar to both ranges of many studies I reviewed. That radii helped me see the introduction of cannabis in neighborhoods. And again, these studies showed no adverse impact on property values. These are 4 established locations, communities, neighborhoods. The Gold Coast is similarly an established neighborhood.
Thank you. What were the results of your review of the studies and articles that you read?
Well, the first thing I note is the effects depend on where the dispensary is located and what the dispensary potentially could have displaced, if anything. Studies maintained, again, no adverse impact on property values. Studies looking at property values near dispensaries observed greater property value growth near a dispensary than further away. In other markets too, which aren't perfectly comparable for a variety of reasons, as pointed out this morning by the applicant, state, local regulations could be different, makeup of a city could be different, extrinsic factors could be different. The introduction of a cannabis facility, dispensary, adult use dispensary, is not correlated with the decline in property values.
Thank you. So your review of Chicago property values adjacent to existing cannabis dispensaries was consistent with the result of these studies and the journals that you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay. Based on your research and review, did you form an opinion as to whether this cannabis dispensary at this location would be compatible with the surrounding area as to hours of operation, lighting, noise, and traffic congestion? And if so, what is that opinion?
I did come to a conclusion. I came to the conclusion, keeping in mind that this unit is going to be what I'd call a high-end retail unit. As Mr. McNamee indicated, even the bags will be like a high-end Nordstrom bag. The hours of operation will be consistent, but less than many other retail establishments, and no late-night hours. The lighting will be consistent with other retail establishments and sufficient to provide what was already described as ample security. This use will be an adult use cannabis facility or a high-end retail unit. They don't expect any noise. The traffic congestion, as pointed out a couple times already, it's a point of service online reservation program. And you cannot just walk up and pick up. You have to have a reservation. So traffic is not an issue. It is a high-end destination retail store. Therefore, I come to the conclusion after doing this for nearly 40 years that I do not believe that this will come to an adverse impact on the area.
Thank you. Can you talk a little bit more about that opinion about adverse impact on the welfare of the neighborhood or community?
As I look at studies to see if there is an impact from any of these truly studies. I look at the Logan Square, the Sunnyside, the Uptown, the dispensaries that are already existing for a number of years. And I believe that this unit, high-end retail unit, is going to fit in the neighborhood and will not have any adverse uses. Studies in other cities don't show that it'll have a negative impact.
Okay, thank you. The applicant's plans changed from the time you prepared your report, specifically as to the phased build out, the perimeter security controls, and the online appointment-based system. Have you reviewed those changes to their plans?
I have, in fact, I believe it's even stronger today than it was when I initially reviewed them, and I believe that's because of community input. From what I've heard, PharmaCann has taken community input seriously and have described their security based on the community needs. So I do believe that it's been heard. I do believe the online reservation program is going to help the community. The security controls will help. The phased build out will help. So yes, I have reviewed.
And therefore your opinion is the same,
Yes,
that there would be no adverse impact?
that is true.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further of Mr. Wolin at this time.
Okay.
Our next witness is Mr. Louis Abuna.
Mr. Buna, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
There you
Can you hear me?
go. You're still under oath.
Yes. Thank you.
We still recognize your expertise. Go ahead, Counselor.
Okay, thank you. So I'll do away with some of your credentials then, Mr. Abuna. Just please state your full name and business address for the record, please.
Sure. My name is Louis Abuna, last name spelled A-B-O-O-N-A. Address is 9575 West Higgins Road in Rosemont.
Thank you. And what was the scope of your engagement in this matter?
So we prepared a transportation study that looked at an inventory of the existing transportation conditions in the vicinity of the site, determined the characteristics of the proposed use, evaluated the impact the proposed use will have on the transportation system, and developed recommendations to enhance connection to the area's alternate modes of transportation and mitigate any impacts.
Thank you. What actions did you take as part of this study?
Did a site visit and walked and drove around the area, assessed the immediate neighborhood to determine the existing street characteristics. I reviewed the applicant's plans and the proposed dispensary operations, reviewed the area transportation options, also reviewed considered the alternative modes of transportation in the area, including the bike routes, DV stations, and car share facilities, and then also looked at the available area parking conditions and options.
Could you please briefly describe the existing street characteristics?
Sure. The site is located on Maple Street on the north side, which is a one-way eastbound street, which extends between LaSalle and State. Paybox parking is generally provided on Maple Street between Dearborn and State Street, with loading and valet zones provided on the north side in front of the site and adjacent to the Maple and Ash restaurant. Maple Street terminates at State Street under stop sign control. And other streets in the area include Elm Street, which is the one-way pair to Maple. Elm is one-way westbound. Dearborn Street, which is to the west. State Street, which is where Maple terminates, as well as Rush Street, which terminates at its signalized intersection with State and Cedar.
Thank you. And Maple Street is a one-way street eastbound, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion on the significance of Maple Street being a one-way street?
Yes, it does. It will allow for efficient traffic flow. One-way streets reduce vehicular and pedestrian conflicts. And more importantly, also it allows for maximization of the usage of the curbside activities on both sides in terms of parking, loading, valet, etc.
Thank you. Can you describe the area public transportation conditions?
Sure. The site is a transit-served location due to its proximity to the CTA Rapid Transit Red Line Station at Clark and Division, located about approximately 845 feet to the northwest of the site. The site is also served by a number of CTA bus routes, including number 36, which runs along State Street, number 70, which runs along Dearborn Street, and number 22, which runs along Clark Street.
Thank you. And can you describe the alternative modes of transportation in the area?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, there are other alternative modes that serves this area. This includes bike lanes along Clark and Dearborn, multiple Divvy bike stations, as well as car sharing stations.
Thank you. And can you now discuss the parking options in the area?
Sure. There are a number of parking options. First would be the on-street pay box parking, including on Maple Street, State Street, and Dearborn Street, as well as Elm. Parking garages, including the Newbury Plaza and Elm Street Plaza, and then the use of the existing valet service in front of the site.
Thank you. Based on your review of the area and understanding of the proposed operations at this dispensary, what percentage of customers will visit this dispensary via their own vehicles?
Estimate about 20 to 25% of the customers could potentially drive to the dispensary.
And what is that opinion based on?
This is based on our review of the census tract data for this area.
And where will those dispensary customers who arrive in their own vehicles park?
Like I said, they will have the option of parking on street. There are a number of pay box parking spaces along Maple Street, about 16 spaces in the block on Maple between State and Dearborn. Parking arrangements have been made with the two parking garages I mentioned earlier, the Newbury Plaza and the Elm Street garage, through validation, so they have the option of parking there as well. And finally, there is also the ability to utilize the valet parking that currently serves the Maple and Ash restaurant.
Is parking required for the dispensary under the Chicago zoning ordinance?
No, it's not.
Are you familiar with how deliveries will be made to this dispensary?
Yes.
And how will that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, they will be made through the alley, which runs along the north side of the site. So none of the deliveries will be made on Maple Street, which will help minimize the congestion and the traffic impact on Maple Street.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the applicant's reservation-only online ordering system?
Yes.
And do you have an opinion as to how this reservation system would impact traffic?
As was testified earlier, the reservation will allow for an orderly arrival of customers. Will be done through obviously pre-order online. So it will minimize the concentration of customers at any one time. It will reduce the amount of time that customers will spend at the facility. So in general, it will promote efficient flow of customer traffic in and out of the area, reducing the impact.
You were previously engaged to perform a traffic study on a proposed development at this subject location a few years ago. Is that correct?
Yes, I was.
And what was the scope of that proposed project?
It was a very dense project in terms of the proposed uses. It contained a number of condominium units, but also had a restaurant component to it, an event space, as well as a private club.
Right. So in that case, those proposed uses were significantly more intense and would have generated significantly more traffic. Is that correct?
Yes, our traffic study that was prepared for that plan development did reflect that.
And at that time, did the Chicago Department of Transportation approve the project despite the additional traffic that would have been generated by the proposed project?
Yes, CDOT reviewed our traffic study, and they did approve it, yes.
Thank you. Are there permitted uses in the DX7 district that could be established at this location that would generate at minimum just as much traffic or perhaps more traffic than the proposed use here?
Yes.
Can you provide an example or examples of such uses?
You know, any restaurant, you know, could go in that space. And, you know, if it'd be similar to Maple and Ash or Gibson's or any of other establishments in the area, which are very successful, have private, you know, party rooms of event space. Those would definitely generate significantly more activity and more traffic to the area.
And even certain popular retailers could as well, is that correct?
Yes, of course. I mean, it depends on the type. You know, if an Apple store or a Nutella store or a Foot Locker or any of those that have, you know, high foot traffic or high customer traffic, they would definitely have a more significant impact.
Thank you. Based on your research and expertise, did you form an opinion as to whether this cannabis dispensary at this location would be compatible with the surrounding area, specifically as to traffic congestion? And if so, what is that opinion?
Yes, it will be compatible and will not have a detrimental impact based on the following. As I indicated earlier, the location qualifies as a transit served location and has access to other modes of transportation, therefore reducing the number of vehicle trips be made by the customers and minimizing the impact on area streets. There's adequate parking within close proximity of the site that would adequately address the need of customers who choose to drive. And the availability of the standing zone in front of the site will allow for efficient drop-off and pickup activities.
And thank you. Based on your research and expertise, did you form an opinion as to whether this cannabis dispensary at this location is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort? And if so, what is that opinion?
Yes, the location is designed and located to promote pedestrian safety and comfort, given the availability of the sidewalks, high visibility crosswalks, and pedestrian signals throughout the area, including routes to and from the nearby transit station. All of those factors will ensure that the location meets this requirement.
Thank you. And last question for you, Mr. Abuna. Based on your research and expertise, did you form an opinion whether this cannabis dispensary would have an adverse impact on the surrounding community as a result of traffic?
Yes. Again, given the location in close proximity to the alternative modes of transportation, the availability of parking, and the availability of the standing zone, those factors will all help reduce and promote an efficient traffic flow and lesser impact on the surrounding neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr. Abuna. I have nothing further. Our next witness is Mr. Farrell, and my partner, Talar Berberian, is actually going to conduct his questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Mr. Farrell, do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Go ahead, Counselor.
Thanks. Mr. Farrell, can you please just state your name and address for the record, your business address?
My name is Edward Farrell. My business address is 700 North Sacramento, Suite 141, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you. And can you also discuss...
Mr. Chairman, can you ask the witness to get a little closer to the microphone? We're having a hard time hearing you.
Oh,
Turn it on. Press the button.
this one?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Sorry, sir. Is that better?
You know, sir's my dad. Don't worry about that.
Can you talk about your educational background as well, please?
Yes, I earned a bachelor's degree from Loras College in 1991.
Subsequently, I entered the Federal Law Enforcement Training Academy in Glencoe, Georgia. It is the training academy all federal investigators go through, where I obtained my certification as a criminal investigator, Job Series 1811 by the United States government. I am also an adjunct instructor for that Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, where I'm able to perform trainings as an inspector or an instructor at multiple training academy sites.
Thank you. And can you also tell the board a little bit about your professional background?
So I served with the United States Marshal Service for 23 years. I was a deputy, promoted to inspector, and eventually supervisory inspector. During that time, I secured things at a high level, from things from Supreme Court justice details to drug czar detail to U.S. attorneys that have threats on them. I was also part of the build out of 2 facilities in the Chicago area. During those build outs, I was responsible for designing and developing the security infrastructure and protocols in those facilities. And part of that, once the facilities were built, I was in charge of coming up with the security plans for those facilities, things like occupant emergency plan, active shooter plan, workplace violence plans, things of that nature. As the Marshal Service started building these other facilities out in other locations across the United States, I also consulted with those business entities in doing the same thing, designing the security systems and/or security plans. As a supervisor, I was responsible for overseeing multiple investigative teams in a 3-state regional fugitive task force. I supervised many teams in a large swath of those 3 states. Additionally, I oversaw a training center that produced 200 unique trainings to over 1,500 students annually. I oversaw the cadre, the staff, and the curriculum. And finally, in 2014, I established a private security company called Silver Star Protection Group that focuses security solutions in the cannabis space.
Perfect. And is Silver Star Protection Group a licensed Illinois security contractor?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell the board a little bit about how that license is obtained?
So the license, for the most part, is obtained through prior experience and/or passing a test. So I qualified under prior experience. You have to be a manager within a federal, state, or local agency for 3 of the last 5 years of your employment. I was a manager for 13 years of my last employment. Additionally, they give you a comprehensive examination on all of the rules and regulations, security protocols, procedures, and/or management of a company. Once you pass that test and have the prior experience, you are granted a license.
And when did you start working with cannabis businesses as a security professional?
Our company was started right at the time that the medical marijuana program was launched in 2014 and 2015.
And what are Silver Star Protection Group's main function in relation to cannabis businesses?
We do a lot of things. One of our main functions is consulting with cannabis companies, and it's in many tranches. So first and foremost, we represent many applicants as they're applying for licenses. We write their security plans. For those of you who understand the process, these security plans are graded, and security is usually given a high point value in these applications. In doing so, we've authored many high-scoring plans that have helped our clients win licenses in Illinois and other states. Once licenses are awarded, we work with these existing companies designing their facilities and their security infrastructure. And when I say security infrastructure, I'm talking about things like surveillance systems for cameras, access control systems, intrusion detection systems, physical security like doors, locks, things of that nature, securing windows. And, once the facility is designed and built, we work with them coming up with the security protocols for their institutions, making sure they're adhering to the state rules and regulations and best practices in the industry. Secondarily, we are also a responsible vendor training program, approved vendor. What that program is an educational program mandated by the state to train dispensary employees to give them the knowledge and skills and abilities to perform their duties in dispensaries on a day-to-day basis. We also provide physical security in dispensaries. We have many guards working in multiple cannabis-related businesses in Illinois and other states. We do cash transportation for the vast majority of clients that bank at two of the state chartered banks that actually bank the industry. That's pretty much it.
And just to touch back on the certified responsible vendor training, that is a certification that is granted by the Illinois Department of Professional Regulation, correct?
That is correct.
Perfect. Have you testified as a security expert before other municipal bodies and zoning boards regarding security for cannabis businesses?
I have
How many times?
at least 10, if not more.
We would ask that the board recognize Mr. Farrell as an expert in the field of private security for cannabis
We do.
based on his testimony.
We do.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so let's talk about your engagement with the applicant. Can you tell us what you were engaged to do?
Yes. So I was asked to look at PharmaCann's security plans, operation plans, the plans for loading and unloading cannabis, their physical security infrastructure, their electronic security infrastructure, an overall top to bottom search of what they're doing in security, as well as looking at studies in the national realm and as well as the local realm in Chicago to see what, if any, impact crime has or these dispensaries have on crime in these neighborhoods.
And specific to the applicant's security and operations plan, in your professional opinion, would the company's security and operations plans for the proposed dispensary at 12 to 14 West Maple comply with the state standards as set forth in the Cannabis Regulation and Tax Act?
Yes, I do.
And in your professional opinion, would their operations and security plans exceed these requirements?
Yes, they do.
Can you talk about what ways the security plan would exceed the state requirements?
Yeah. I think it's worth noting, I reviewed hundreds of these and written multiple of them myself. PharmaCann's plan stacks up with the best of them. Some of the things they do that distinguish themselves, I think, is important. First and foremost, we've talked a lot about their online reservation system and their digital payment system. These, the state only requires that you take cash. They exceed state requirements by doing this. It reduces loitering, it reduces lines out front of the dispensary and gets people in and out of the dispensaries very quickly. Additionally, they utilize 4 security officers at their site. The state only mandates 1, so they're exceeding it many-fold. I can tell you from doing security in industry, most people use 1 or 2. 4 is something that far exceeds most of their peers in the industry. Those security officers will not only do site security, but in addition, they're patrolling the neighborhood. They're patrolling the exterior of the facility. I can tell you few operators in the state of Illinois actually do that. PharmaCann is going above and beyond by making sure not only the dispensary is safe, their customers safe, but the community is safe as well. They do 24-hour monitoring of their site, their video sites, which is obviously a deterrent of crime, more eyes on the street, if you will. They will also share that video with local law enforcement. The state only requires that you share it with ISP and IDFPR. PharmaCann's going the additional mile on sharing it with their local police department, which would be CPD. It'll enable CPD to view anything any suspicious activity in that area, which is surrounding the dispensary, which leads to a safer community. They're also going to retain that video for 180 days. The state requires only a 90-day retention of film. They're doubling that retention. As you can see, in many areas, they're exceeding the state requirements for security.
Thank you. In your professional opinion, will these strategies work to address security issues faced by ordinary cannabis dispensaries?
Yes, it will.
How so?
Okay. So first and foremost, I think you need to take a look at we've talked about the online reservation system a lot, but that's going to help remove any queuing, any lines outside, keeping the street clear for foot traffic and what have you. Security personnel outside will eliminate loitering. They will also serve as a physical deterrent for crime in the area. There will also be additional eyes that if they observe crime, they're able to call for help via 311 or 911 as appropriate. Their cameras, that infrastructure, the recordings and the video will keep an eye on activity in the community. They will be able to identify any suspicious activity and call for support if needed.
Thank you. And you talked about your review and familiarity with studies regarding the effects of cannabis dispensaries on crime. Did you look at anything else in your review?
So yes, we looked at some of the national studies as well as taking a look at Chicago's crime statistics. And we looked at the 8 cannabis dispensaries that went recreational January 1st, 2020. We compared their crime record, or the crime at a district level and a beat level. And the beat level gives you more of a community-focused look at crime in the area as opposed to those dispensaries in 2019.
And what was the result of this research, both the local and national reviews?
So in a national review, most of the studies reveal 1 or 2 outcomes, and the vast majority of them show that crime is decreased in neighborhoods where additional dispensaries are put in. And they give multiple reasons for that, some of the sub-reasons. Obviously, common sense tells you the physical security of officers, guards, the security infrastructure, and the foot traffic, the eyes on the street crime theory. The more foot traffic you have, the safer the streets are. And not that we're driving up foot traffic, but there will be people moving in and out of the facility, which will make the neighborhood safer. So the national results are 1 or 2 conclusions. The big conclusion is, in most instances, and in the newer studies, they show that crime actually goes down. A few of the studies show that crime remains flat and having no adverse impact on the community. That's the national level. You want me to talk about the Chicago?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
So obviously we wanted to take a look at what's happening on a Chicago-based level. So we, as I mentioned earlier, we pulled the statistics from a district level and a beat level for the 8 dispensaries that went recreational January 1st. And we pulled the crime statistics from January 1 to August 2nd, and we compared that to the same time frame in 2019. What we saw is on a district level, crime went down in 7 of the 8 districts. One of the districts, the 4th district, which houses Mission, went up slightly in 2%. But that's a district level. When you look at the beat level, which is more of the neighborhood community level, we saw crime go down significantly. The least amount of crime was one district was 9. Most of the districts were 30, 40%. We had some districts that were 70%. So in all instances, on a beat level in Chicago, crime went down when these dispensaries went recreational, which I think is pretty substantial proof that dispensaries have no adverse impact on the community.
So based on your experience and your review of the materials you described, can you just give us a brief summary of your professional opinion about the security at this site specifically?
Yeah, in my opinion, after reviewing the proposed security plan for the site by Pharmacon, I believe it will ensure that the business will have no adverse impact on the community, neighborhood from a security standpoint.
Thank you, Mr. Farrell. We have no further questions of this witness.
What was the offense that you were tracking in the beat districts that were going down?
We did all UCR codes, the FBI UCR codes, so all crime is what we studied in those areas.
And were you seeing disparities, that some things were going up, but the net was going, when you say everything was going down, do you mean every offense was going down or the average? The average of total crime. So were some offenses increasing?
That would take a much more granular review to see that in 8 districts, but I'm sure maybe a couple went up, but overall, if you're seeing 30, 40, 70% reductions in crime on a beat level, most likely most crime is going down.
And just as a follow-up, Mr. Farrell, I believe burglary, property crime specifically you did look at, and those went down.
Yes. And if I could also point out, if you look at the national studies, most of the national studies conclude both nonviolent and property crimes decrease when dispensaries are installed into neighborhoods.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have one final witness, Mr. Kissel.
Is that you to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I didn't hear you.
Mr. Kissel, do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
And we recognize your expertise.
Okay, thank you. I won't go through your credentials then. Mr. Kissel, if you could just state your full name and business address for the record, please.
Sure. My name is George Kissel, last name spelled Kisiel, with offices at 122 South Michigan in Chicago.
What was the scope of your engagement in this matter?
We were engaged by the applicant to evaluate the proposal at the subject property with respect to the standards for special uses that are contained in the Chicago zoning ordinance.
Did you prepare a report?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do in preparation of your report and testimony today?
I examined the broad and local land use context, including the detailed inventory and analysis of uses within 500 feet that was prepared by Map Strategies and testified to earlier. Analyzed the land use characteristics of the proposed use, evaluated the proposed development with respect to the standards for the DX7 downtown mixed use district, and evaluated the proposal with respect to the additional criteria for the approval of special uses.
Thank you. If we could advance to Exhibit G, please. And while people are looking at that, Mr. Kissel, what is the property zoned?
The property is zoned DX7 downtown mixed use.
And what types of uses are permitted in the DX7?
So DX7 permits a broad range of uses. It includes multifamily dwelling units, so long as they're located above the ground floor, institutional uses, commercial uses such as eating and drinking establishments, including taverns, food and beverage, retail sales, hotels, offices, and general retail uses.
And so commercial uses, or more specifically, non-residential uses, have to be on the ground floor of buildings in DX7 unless specially approved. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In reviewing the zoning map, can you describe what the predominant zoning classifications are in the vicinity of the site?
Sure. In the vicinity of subject property, the DX7 classification dominates. As you get further out to the west, you have more of a mix of remnant residential and commercial zoning classifications. It should be noted that in 2016, the boundaries of the downtown district were expanded from its boundary at State Street to the west, all the way to the Chicago River, south of Division and north of Chicago Avenue. So all of that area is now classified as part of the downtown. To the east, you see more of the remnant residential zoning that reflects the land uses that have been there historically. But locally, adjacent to the subject property, it's virtually 100% DX7 downtown mixed use.
Thank you. Is parking generally required for non-residential uses in the DX7 district?
No, it's not. As testified earlier by Architect Collins, the only parking that would be required in the DX7 would be for non-residential uses, would be for hotels with more than 15,000 square feet of meeting or banquet space, or theaters or entertainment venues with more than 100 seats.
100 seats?
1,000 seats, sorry.
Thank you. Special use approval is required for cannabis dispensaries under the Chicago zoning ordinance. Are cannabis dispensaries prohibited in any zoning districts?
Yes, they're the only zoning classifications that allow adult use cannabis dispensaries are basically the higher level mixed use, the C2 and C3, and the DC downtown core and DX downtown mixed use districts.
Thank you. Are there additional restrictions on cannabis dispensaries?
Yes, as per state law, they can't be located within 1,500 feet of one another. And per the Chicago zoning ordinance, they can't be within 500 feet of a school. And also there is a downtown exclusion area where adult use cannabis dispensaries are currently prohibited.
Is this within that cannabis dispensary exclusion zone?
No, it is outside the exclusion zone.
As part of this land use analysis, you also prepared a map. If we could advance to Exhibit H, please. Just the next one. Can you discuss the predominant land uses in the area?
Sure. So the subject property is located towards the south end of the Gold Coast neighborhood. This section of the Gold Coast is decidedly mixed use, south of Division Street, north of Oak, and east of Clark Street. It contains a mixture of street frontage shops, bars, restaurants. There's some high-rise residential, some commercial hotels, and all of this make it a highly desirable neighborhood for multiple uses in the area. Specifically, the subject property is located within the Rush State Division District. So this district is known for the number and quality of its bars, restaurants, and shopping. It makes it one of the city's trendiest nightlife scenes.
Thank you.
One other thing to
go ahead.
note about land use in the area is while you do see dwelling units and residential units within 500 feet of the subject property, it's important to note that the vast majority of those units are in high-rise buildings. The high-rise buildings of that era that were constructed invariably have a podium of parking that separates the dwelling units from the street level. So it's one of the reasons why mixed-use areas like this thrive and are desirable for both residential and commercial uses, is the fact that the dwelling units are separated from the street by 40 or 50 feet or so, and insulate them from any of the activity that may have an impact on residential uses.
Thank you. Can you describe your findings and conclusions, paying particular attention to the standards contained in the Chicago zoning ordinance for the approval of a special use?
Sure. So first and foremost, based on prior testimony and our own analysis, there are no schools that are present within the 500-foot distance from the property line is required in the Chicago zoning ordinance. The report prepared by Mr. Vance surveyed the surrounding areas and determined no schools are in that buffer. We agree with that. The closest school is Ogden Elementary at 24 West Walton, which is about 530 feet away from the subject property. We use the same method and techniques as Mr. Vance did. We have the same geographic information system software and the same utilizing the same parcel data and accuracy, and came to the same conclusions. The site's also not within 15 feet of any existing dispensary, and it's not within the adult use cannabis dispensary exclusion zone. The proposed build-out is the proposed development is a build-out of a tenant space in an existing structure that complies with all the zoning standards. It should be noted that under the DX7 zoning classification, the site is fairly well underdeveloped. It has a floor area ratio of about 3.7. The base FAR in the DX7 is 7, and you can bonus up to about a 10 on that. So there's it's a modest development on the site, and it fits well within its context. It's been there since the 1990s, and it's consistent with the character of the surrounding area with respect to its physical attributes. The proposed use is in the interest of the public convenience, in that the steady increase of retail recreational cannabis sales in Chicago indicates significant demand for additional adult use cannabis dispensaries. The provision of additional adult use cannabis dispensaries is certainly in the interest of the public convenience for retail consumers. The only current available facilities are the 10 existing medical dispensaries that have been issued same site licenses, plus the 3 recently approved facilities at 216 West Ohio, 436 North Clark, and more recently 923 West Weed. Providing adequate facilities to satisfy demand is also in the public interest, given the amount of additional tax revenue in general that's generated by recreational cannabis sales. That revenue generation is particularly advantageous in this location, as it is frequently visited by tourists and out-of-town business travelers. Furthermore, additional facilities for the purchase of cannabis would be available for medical and therapeutic users. Among its benefits, medical cannabis provides legal therapeutic alternative for pain management to cancer patients and is the only effective therapy for some forms of epilepsy. Providing access to these therapies on a broader basis is also clearly in the interest of the public. We know that the Rush State and Division District has long been one of the city's most vibrant and successful shopping, restaurant, and entertainment districts. It's known for its high-end retailing, with shops and boutiques lining both Rush Street and Oak Street to the south of the subject property. Gibson's Steakhouse, Hugo's Frog Bar, Carmine's, Morton's, Lux Bar, Maple and Ash, Tavern on Rush all provide upscale dining and nightlife options. Hotels such as the Viceroy, Thompson Chicago provide hospitality options in the immediate area. The location is also well served by the regional expressway system and public transportation, as Mr. Rabuna has testified. The addition of a complementary use, such as an adult use cannabis dispensary, will draw more consumers from around the city of Chicago, as well as tourists and business travelers from out of town. It will serve the local daytime employee population, as well as the local residential population. All of this is in the interest of the public convenience in this location. The proposed use is similar to other high-end retail uses in terms of its land use characteristics. Retail uses in general are compatible with the other commercial uses such as restaurant, entertainment, office, and service, as well as residential, and do not constitute a land use conflict, particularly in a vibrant mixed-use area like this one. Any issues that would be arising from the proposed use, as well as with any other use in the vicinity, would be due to issues with the management of the operations, not the land use itself.
Mr. Chairman,
Don't you just can't-
at this time, I'd be willing, it certainly appears the witness is just reading off his report. I know the report, everybody already has it. And in an effort to save time, I will happily concede that the witness can read off his report exactly as he wrote his report. And if he has anything to add to that, obviously I have absolutely no problem with that. But if he's just going to sit here and read his report, I think we could spend our time doing something a little more productive. So I'm willing to stipulate he can read his report.
I agree. Counselor, can we move if he's got something extra to add from his report? Otherwise, we have it and we've reviewed it.
All right, sure. Do you want to just get to just the ultimate conclusions here? Did you want to add something specifically,
Sure.
George?
Yeah, we can go right to the
Okay.
conclusions.
Based on your research, your review of the applicant's plan of operations and your extensive experience, did you form an opinion as to whether or not the proposal is consistent with all applicable standards for special uses and the additional standards for adult use cannabis dispensaries?
Yes,
And what is that?
they
opinion?
are, they meet all of the standards for special uses for adult use cannabis dispensaries.
And did you form an opinion as to whether or not the proposed land use will have an adverse impact on the surrounding area?
Yes, it will have no adverse impact on the surrounding area from a land use perspective.
Thank you. We have nothing further. That completes our witnesses.
Thank you, Counselor. I'm going to move to, I believe there's three people who signed up, 3 members of the public who signed up in support. So I'm going to name you, and if you're here, we will promote you and you can give your comments. The first is Suman Chagar Lamudi. What about James Lasky?
I do see Ms. Lasky, Chairman. He's promoted.
Okay. Mr. Lasky, do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding? You have to
Oh,
unmute yourself.
there you are. I'm sorry. I can hear you now. I had it on mute. Sorry.
No worries. Do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Okay, will you give me your name and then give me your address, please?
James Lasky, 401 North Wabash Avenue in Chicago.
Okay.
60611.
Okay, go ahead. Give us your remarks.
Yes, my name is James Lasky. I am the owner and landlord of the building at 1214 West Maple, but much more importantly, I am the owner of Maple and Ash, the restaurant, which is directly next door and uses the patio sidewalk and the patio at 16 West Maple on the other side of the building. So I basically have the building surrounded. There is nobody on this call, with the exception of Pharmacon, who's more interested in this going and becoming a great part of the neighborhood than me. Everything that they do directly affects my business. So it is in my best interest as the owner of the restaurant next door, which is one of the highest grossing restaurants in the city, to make sure that their security plan, that they are working with us, the valet, the congestion, and anything that goes on in this is done in the highest and best way possible. And I think Pharmacon has really done that. There has been, I was the one, it was referred to earlier about the development in this area, and that the area denied us through the alderman's office, and the area denied us.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object to this testimony as being beyond the scope of what you had very clearly given us in terms of the purpose of this hearing.
Yeah, Mr. Lasky, can you stay on topic a little bit more on our criteria?
Okay, so in terms of the criteria that you had mentioned, it's just in our best interest as Maple and Ash, the owner of the building, and as Maple and Ash, to make sure any congestion, to make sure they are abiding by the law, and to make sure that the area is kept as pristine as it is possible. That's all I have at this point.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Lasky?
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Sure, go ahead.
Mr. Lasky, how much is the rent per month at the 12 West Maple site?
I don't understand the
Objection.
question.
I don't think that's relevant.
That absolutely shows bias. If he admitted he's the landlord, so he put it into play. I didn't
That's
ask
right.
him if he was a landlord, he put it in. And he is obviously a biased witness, as he has an economic interest, not with the fact that he owns the neighboring restaurant. He has an economic interest in that this group, Pharmacon, is paying him a monthly check, and they may be paying royalties off the sale of the product. I am certainly allowed to inquire as to the bias of a witness.
I think he's that he owns the property and has, I mean, I think that was the brunt of his testimony, was that he is biased and in support of the project. So let's move, he doesn't have to, let's keep going.
The other question I have with Mr. Lasky, you said that nobody in the area has more of an interest in this property than you do. My question to you is, sir, that do the parents of children in the area or elderly people, do they have any less interest in this area and the safety and security simply because they don't own a restaurant?
Don't understand the question. You're asking.
Let me help. Then let me help you with that.
Why don't you say that again?
I will. Let me help you. You said in your direct testimony or in your direct statement that no one in the area is more vested or has more of an interest in this property than you do, correct?
Correct.
Okay. My question to you is, sir, is your interest in this property, in that it's an economic interest, does that supersede the security interest that people may have for their elderly, their children, or anybody else that lives in the area?
So I'm sorry, I'm confused on the question. Are you suggesting that Pharmacon is going to have children in their store?
No, let me help you again. I know you're probably having a hard time. It's tough to do it on the Zoom format.
Yeah,
let me help you again. You have a very significant economic interest in the development in the area, correct?
Correct.
You have a very significant economic interest that Pharmacon pays its rent to you, whatever that number is, correct?
Not as big an interest as my property next door.
Well,
yes, I have an interest, but
here's what I'd like you to,
it's secondary.
Mr. Lasky, here's what I'd like you to do, Mr. Lasky. I'd like you to answer my questions, okay?
Sure.
So my question to you is, you have a significant economic interest in the success of your properties located around 12 West Maple, correct?
Of course.
Okay, and you have a significant economic interest that Pharmacon pays its monthly rent to you, correct?
Sure.
Okay, and in your direct testimony or direct statement, you said that no one in the area, not a single person in that area, has a more vested interest than you do in that area, correct?
If you're talking compared to how the Pharmacon business operates, nobody has a bigger vested interest in me because of my proximity to next door.
Well,
so what is your question?
Here's what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to answer my question. So my question is,
Counselor,
he's answered it.
Well, let's move on.
Okay. So, Mr. Lasky, it's fair to say that other people in the area, even though they don't own property in the area, have a vested interest in the safety and security in the area, correct?
Sure, of course.
I have nothing further.
Okay. David Pizor is next. Do we have David Pizor?
No one signed in as him unless he's a call-in.
Okay.
David Pizor, if you're here, can you please raise your hand?
We're gonna move on, folks. If you're not here when we call on you and your name isn't filled out, we're gonna keep moving. I know we have, I believe, two aldermen. Alderman Smith is here, and I believe Alderman Hopkins. Let me just ask you if you'd like to speak right now, or if you'd like to speak at some point after the objectors' counsel has presented their objection. And Alderman Smith, since you're logged in, I will just ask you first.
Is all, I'm not trying, of course, I'd be happy to testify now, although I'd like to hear the objective case. I thought that the plan was that Alderman Hopkins and I would speak first. So I'm just not sure if Alderman Hopkins is not here, I would rather wait for him.
He's signed in. There we go.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, if I may, Alderman Smith, thank you. Really appreciate your presence. I also have remarks on behalf of Alderman Riley, but I would like to conclude the called witnesses for the objectors. So I will stand by and yield my time now, and I would encourage you to proceed. I'm sure you've been waiting patiently, Alderman Smith. I thank you for your patience.
Oh, that's fine, Alderman Hopkins, if that's okay with the chair. I'm happy to go now, and then I think it's very appropriate that you wrap up. So
Sure.
thank you. Okay, so hang on, I'm not sure I can even see myself. So our mayor, Lori Lightfoot, just the other day said something very important about things in our city. She said the Gold Coast, Streeterville, and all those surrounding areas are neighborhoods. And as someone who has lived in Chicago for 44 years now, some of it in the Gold Coast, and the last 9 as alderman of the 43rd ward, which is only a couple blocks away from this ward, I would like to add my voice to those of the neighbors who are concerned about this dispensary. It is very easy to say that this is a vibrant mixed use area with a lot of stores, a lot of shops. People who have lived in the Gold Coast for a long time, and people who have gone to the Gold Coast for a long time, like many of my residents and myself, have made a few observations about the neighborhood that I think are very important. Years ago, it was really the bar district. People saw About Last Night, the great movie that came out of David Mamet's play. It really was the nightlife spot of Chicago. But today it has changed in the past 30 years. While there is shopping in the area, it has over time become much more oriented to neighborhood shopping, and having a hardware store next door tells you that for sure. Those hardware stores meeting the needs of the residents and the building superintendents of the thousands and thousands of residents who live here. So the real key factor in this hearing today is whether this store operating in this area is in the interest of public convenience and will not have an adverse on the general welfare of the community. And our community believes it does, and I support them, and I will tell you why. I'll throw a few specifics right now. In particular, the security plan, which was reviewed in connection with this hearing, was said to be done because of the reaction of the community. Well, okay, but I would like to put on the record the following comment from the June 16th issue of Marijuana Business Daily. In Pennsylvania and Illinois, PharmaCann is one of the larger marijuana companies that still has 2 shops closed for repairs, one in a suburb of Philadelphia and other in Romeoville, a Chicago suburb. Both shops, which operate under the PharmaCann brand Verilife, were damaged and extensively looted, easily to the tune of 6 figures, said Jeremy Unruh, PharmaCann Senior Vice President for Public and Regulatory Affairs. I'd say that all told, between damage and lost product, we were into the hundreds of thousands of dollars at both locations, Unruh said. In Manayunk, which is in Pennsylvania, we should be open in about 2 weeks, and in Romeoville, we're looking to be open next week. Both Unruh and Taylor said their top challenges in recent weeks have been figuring out insurance claims and making sure their staffing needs were met. Employees have continued to worry about their own safety, not just from robberies, but because of the coronavirus. We've got the challenge of operating as an essential business that the COVID crisis represents, and now you have to have the notion of making sure our employees are safe from a security perspective. One of the primary reasons the PharmaCann shops and others have remained closed stems more from the extent of physical damage done to doors, windows, and retail interiors, which all need to be repaired before a lot of shops can reopen. Now, I bring this up for two essential reasons. It is absolutely critical to the public convenience and the impact on the general welfare of the community is safety. Now, when the restaurants were open, when the retail stores were open in our community, they operated under the generally understood set of things in life, that there would always be a certain amount of, shoplifting and that the police could handle insecurity. But when cannabis was legalized, the security plans of those stores was a big darn deal in determining whether or not it could even exist as an industry. Why? Because of John Dillinger said that's where the money is. And in the latest rounds of violence and fear in our communities, these stores have been specifically targeted, not only here, but across the country and here. At least 3 stores were looted, including one newly established not far from here on Wheat Street. Now, Wheat Street is not very residential community right now, so there weren't too many people out that night. But I dare say, knowing that PharmaCann lost a couple of businesses during the recent unpleasantness, I suspect that had this business been opened at the time of the recent looting, it would have been looted and targeted right next door to residential buildings. Now, I just have a really hard time as an elected official, and I hope that you do too, members of the zoning board, have a hard time saying that a business that has already proved that its security plans were inadequate are now suddenly going to be better because they are offering a delivery option. I'll have comments about their delivery option as well. But the truth is that when you look at that map of uses around there, that mixed use means what? It means there's a store on the bottom and there's thousands of residents on top. Residents who go out and like to sit outside at Gibson's and want to enjoy their everyday quality of life. Because this neighborhood is changing. It's changing more and more into a neighborhood. More and more. The neighbors, I'm sure, can tell you off the top of their heads the number of sort of stores that closed in that area and have made way for more neighborhood places like Starbucks or a bank or some other convenience store that's great for them only. And, and really, honestly, less attractive to just sort of the tourist trade. Now, at the same time, you've said, the applicant has said that this will be for the neighborhood. Well, I don't know that. I can't prove it, and neither can you. The fact is, under the operating procedure that has now been proposed, it's less and less of a neighborhood thing. And let me tell you I have firsthand experience in this. One of our most famous restaurants in all Chicago, Alinea, during the COVID outbreak, changed to a pickup and delivery model and changed their meals. I'm sure people here have heard of them and gotten them. Well, the impact of that on me as alderman is I got frantic calls from the neighbors that Alinea, the best restaurant in the entire city of Chicago, was causing traffic problems because they set up 15-minute intervals for pickup of their takeout meals. And I had to arrange special, temporary, gigantic loading zones to enable people to jump in and pick up a meal. I don't understand why this is any different. There's lots of people who walk to Alinea. There's lots of people in my neighborhood who walk to the restaurants. And there are also a lot of people who use Uber, Lyft, and all of that. My other concern about the security plan that is being presented by PharmaCann is that it does have a phase 2. Every marijuana dispensary which has ever come to show me a plan, I'm sure this is true from Alderman Hopkins, has said, a key part of our business plan is that people can try things. If you've never tried a gummy, if you've never tried a brownie, you can try things. Well, the reason I believe that this is being shown as a 2-phase approach is because in phase 2, there's a very large room that is in fact that browsing area. This pickup and delivery model is no more sustainable for this cannabis pickup than it is in the long run for our restaurants that want to have dine-in. It may be a business, but it's not the business they're in. So I heard nothing during the presentation about that, about when phase 2 comes in, but just based on my experience, looking at dispensary plans, is that a big room like that is meant for only one thing, browsing. So I find it a little difficult to take on the representation before us that the use of phase 1, phase 2 of security plan will be forever, will only be a pickup and drop off site. And if that really is the business plan of this dispensary, to be a permanent pickup and drop off, it doesn't need to be on Maple. In fact, it would be better to be on a street that is more accessible by car, because people will run in to pick something up while they're on their way to something else. It's just natural human behavior. So being on little one-way Maple, which I certainly have driven on in my life and have walked on, as have all the neighbors here, it just doesn't make sense to me. So I am sure that many neighbors will be speaking to many of the impacts here, and I'm happy to answer questions of council. But I know, as alderman, that the demographics of these neighborhoods are several things. First of all, there's a lot of single people here, a lot of single women of all ages, from my age and down and even up. And single women move into a neighborhood for only one reason, because it's safe. And bringing in an industry that has already proven that it has not been safe in its operations, and yet represented through an entire history of legislative battles over bringing cannabis in, and then just now living through a true challenge to their security and failing miserably, is not a business that I think in this particular case meets the standard of what is it best, an adverse impact on the general welfare of the community. I don't think the community has to chance it. And as I've said, as far as public convenience goes, if everything is pick up and drop off, well, then you may as well move to a place that's a little easier, a whole lot easier to get to than this one. So I'm happy to answer any other questions about the neighborhood. I don't want to go on for too long because I think an awful lot of people will have something to say tonight.
Any board members have questions for the alderman?
But Council.
Okay, Councilor, Ms. McGuire, do you want to address any of the alderman's comments, or you want to wait until after opposition council has presented its case?
We would prefer to wait. Thank you.
Okay.
We would prefer to wait. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Alderman, for your comments.
Well, thank you very much.
I'm going to call one other witness we had listed in support, Tanya Daywood.
Ms. Tanya Dawood, you have to unmute yourself. Yeah, here we go.
Okay, I think I unmuted. Can you hear me now, Mr. Chairman?
We can, yep.
Okay, thank you so much. So, and I apologize in advance for any background noise.
No worries.
Mr. Chairman, commissioners, I'm sorry.
Before you proceed, do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
So, listen, IRMA doesn't usually get involved in location issues of our members. And this is why I've never appeared before this board before, but I really feel compelled to appear today speaking in support of PharmaCann's location on Maple. Listen, I think what's clear is that this dispensary has followed all the rules to get here. They are a known, well-funded entity that has already proven that it knows how to run this business, marijuana dispensaries, appropriately, and that they are a good neighbor. The building design fits within the character of the neighborhood. They're not going to be any more or any less advertising of themselves than any other retailer would be or is currently in the neighborhood. They've already talked about how they're going to control traffic and the neighborhood impact with their online ordering and with their payment capabilities that are online, metering of customers, which happens through a text system, and their reservation system as well that's online. This dispensary is literally the future of retail. The residents that live in the community, as well as tourists that are staying in the local hotels, that are eating in the wonderful restaurants that dot that community, like to partake in marijuana. Let's just be real. And we want to serve them right where they are. We want to be in the community to serve them. This vibrant community would benefit from having more successful retail. This is retail. This is what retail looks like. And so I just want to encourage your favorable consideration of this application, which is an appropriate addition to this area of Chicago in both character and design, leaving the general welfare and reputation of the community unchanged. Thank you.
Tanya, I think I cut you off when you were identifying your organization.
I probably didn't, sorry. My name is Tanya Trish Dawood. I am Vice President General Counsel of the Illinois Retail Merchants Association. PharmaCann is a member. We represent retail in all categories all across the state.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this witness? Okay. Mr. Murphy, do you want to present your case?
I'm sorry, I had it on mute. Mr. Chairman, I just have two or three questions for Tanya.
She's logged off. You missed her.
All right. I believe that Alderman Riley was going to speak.
No, it sounds like Alderman Hopkins has a statement from him that he'll give at the end.
Do you have Alderman Riley on the list, for lack of a better phrase?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Alderman Riley does have a letter of opposition on file. His intention was to speak to his opposition. Unfortunately, he has a family emergency and he has communicated that to me. My thoughts and prayers are with him. It's a serious matter that prevents him from testifying today. But his letter of opposition is on file, and I'll refer to that in my testimony as well. Thank you.
At the end, okay. Then Mr. Murphy, why don't you proceed?
Judge, what I would ask is to take about 5 minutes, and then I can give you the list. I don't need to cross everybody or in terms of adversely presenting. If you can give me 5 or 10 minutes, I could probably pare down my presentation.
Sure. You mean a 5-minute recess?
That'll work. That'll work.
Okay, we'll recess until 5:45.
Wait a second. Oh.
Hello?
Okay. We are going to reconvene the session. Court reporter, are you ready? Perfect. Commissioner Saul is present, Commissioner Esposito is present, and I am present, so we have a quorum. Mr. Murphy, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. During the course of some of my examination, I may be sharing the screen with Mr. Hyde, which is just for the demonstrative purposes of exhibits, okay?
Okay.
I'd like to call briefly Mr. Jeremy Unruh.
How do you spell the last name, please?
He's present with Ms. McGuire.
He's already in. He's part of the applicant.
He's already what?
Mr. Unruh, you're still under oath. Go ahead, Counselor.
Mr. Unruh, how many owners are there of PharmaCann?
You're on mute, though.
I'm not.
Not you. I meant.
Oh, the other you?
I know, I tried.
Okay.
Yep, here we go.
Mr. Murphy, can you hear me okay?
I can, we're good.
Can you ask
Mr.
your question
Unruh,
again, please?
how many owners are there in PharmaCann?
There are in these scores, if not hundreds.
In terms of the scores and not hundreds, how many are people of color?
I don't know that.
Objection.
Judge, we sat ad nauseum listening to the social justice information from Mr. Unruh. I'm asking a simple question.
I answered your question, sir.
I'm sorry, you don't know?
I don't know the answer.
Okay, so I guess, given your earlier testimony, you're willing to have people of color work for you, work with you, but you don't know at this point whether or not you're willing to be owners with them, correct?
Objection.
Yeah, so I'm gonna just nip all of that in the bud. As a general matter, I do like when we have these dispensaries for them to tell us what they're doing on social equity for our own purposes, but this is not gonna be a basis of our decision, so let's skip that vein.
Well, I guess my question was social equity, doesn't that include ownership, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, it includes a set of things right under the state statute that they can do, and that's not, I believe, what this company. They're not that kind of social. They're not a social equity applicant. They've checked that box, and
I'll move on, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, please.
Mr. Unruh, did you hear the testimony of Alderman Smith?
I did.
Okay, and she discussed this concept of a browsing room.
I heard her talk about a big open space. If that's what you're talking about, then I'm aware of that testimony.
That she was kind of talking about that big area in phase 2. I'm not talking about phase 1. I'm talking about phase 2. You had kind of a big open area.
The footprint is the same for both phases. There are big open spaces in both phases.
Well, then let me ask you this question: is in either phase, is there a browsing rule, a browsing area where sales associates can help people select different products? I'm not getting any.
Me neither.
Did you hear my response, sir?
No,
Okay. My response, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
My response was, I don't know. That would be a better question for Mr. McMenemy.
Okay. So you don't know whether you have an area where people can look to shop your wares or search your wares to purchase, correct?
We can't hear you.
I'm not as familiar with the layout of this particular dispensary and how it's going to operate as Mr. McMenemy. And so because he was the definitive witness on behalf of our company testifying to the flow and the layout of our dispensary, including this exhibit, I would defer to Mr. McMenemy on that.
While you may defer to him, I want to know what your personal knowledge is.
I don't know.
I have nothing further for this witness, Judge, or Mr. Chairman.
Okay, who's next?
May I be excused?
Yeah, you can be.
Yes.
Mr. McMenemy.
Don't do what Jeremy did.
Mr. McMenemy, you're still under oath.
Mr. McMenemy, again, could you please pronounce your name so I get it right?
You did pretty good there, Counselor McMenemy.
Would you mind if I called you Bill?
Absolutely.
Okay, it's a little bit easier. How long have you been employed by PharmaCann?
Since January 21st, 2020.
2020. So they're your employer, correct?
That is correct.
And as I understand it, one of your main jobs is to drive revenue for the company, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so and sales drives revenue, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We talked, were you able to hear Alderman Smith in her testimony about a viewing room or a kind of a sales room?
I did hear the testimony.
Okay. Does such, other than ordering online, is there a place where your sales associates can show the patrons other things to purchase?
I wouldn't characterize it in that way. I would, and I understand the alderman's concern, but our sales floor is not set up that way.
All
If
right,
I can
so-
direct you.
Well, here, let's stay with my questioning then. So do I understand your testimony correct that the only thing I can purchase from a PharmaCann dispensary is that which I order online?
In a reservation system, you would reserve online. There's an opportunity for you when you're in the queuing area, which is area number 4, denoted as the sales floor, when you are at the point of sale where you can ask for something else and they can add it onto your order. But in terms of,
Well, that's what I'm looking for, Bill. And thank you for that clarification. Obviously, that wasn't in your earlier testimony. So I'm very clear in my head. I can order product online, and then I can order product while I'm there waiting in line to pick up my first order, correct?
no, not in line, sir. You would ask for that additional, product at the point of sale.
Okay, so there is an area within the PharmaCann business that I can order something in addition to what I ordered online, correct?
You can ask for something live, yes.
Okay, and if you have it, you sell it. If you don't have it, you can't sell it, right?
That is correct.
Now, with respect to POSs, you're familiar with that phrase, POS?
Point of sale, yes.
Point of sale. In essence, cash registers, right?
That is correct.
Okay. In phase 1, how many POSs are there going to be?
3,
And in phase 2, how many are there going to be?
10,
All right. So you have the capacity for 10 points of checkout, correct?
we have 10 points of checkout.
Okay. So 10 points of checkout. And earlier testimony was it takes about 5 minutes per customer from walking in the door to walking out the door. Is that a fair time frame?
I don't know. I think I said 3.5 minutes.
Okay, so even shorter. So with 10 POS stands or POS stations, you can move through 35 people or you can move through 3 times 10, 30, 35 people in 3.5 minutes?
If you use the 3.5 minutes.
Well,
yeah.
that's your 3.5. I didn't make that number up, right? You did.
So
Objection, he didn't make anything up.
It's your number, not mine, correct?
So the transaction time, if you're talking specifically about transaction time at the POS, that transaction time is 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes.
So from walking in the door to walking out the door, include everything. You know, if
About
additional,
3.5.
if I
It's
want to
about-
look around a little bit or ask some questions about what I'm buying, What are we talking about?
Well, if a customer has a specific question, we would pull them over to the side on one of those POSs, and that would be, a different type of service. But a large majority of our customers using the reservation system just come in, pick up, and leave. They just transact because most of what happens, the selection, the product information occurs online.
Correct. But my question to you is, how long does it take to get from point one through your system back to point one?
I think I stated earlier, it's about 3.5 minutes.
Okay, so again, we're back to the 35 customers in 10 minutes, correct?
Yes.
And that just means my math is right. That's about it. But they still are allowed to shop and ask questions, correct?
They could ask a question at the point of sale. That is correct.
Okay. And they can still purchase additional product after they ask a question, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, we talked about this this online or digital payment. We talked about that. You're trying to remove cash from the equation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But customers still can pay with cash, correct?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, cash is king?
Well, it all depends on who you ask. If you ask
I'm
a digital
asking you.
payment
I'm
provider,
asking
it's
you.
not.
Pardon me?
Objection, that wasn't a question. I think it was a comment.
Yeah,
Cash
and let
is-
me just remind both of you, we do have a court reporter, so one person talking at a time, please.
So cash is still a way to pay for your product, correct?
Cash is a way to transact. That is correct.
Okay. And there's no way you can control which customers pay with cash and which ones pay in an electronic form, correct?
No, that's a customer preference.
Right. And as a matter of fact, in your testimony, you said we expect cash payments to be reduced. Do you remember saying that?
I do.
All right. That's an expectation. That's not a fact, correct?
Agreed.
And you also testified the fact that you don't take any walk-ups. Like I can't just walk up and go buy product in one of your PharmaCann stores, correct?
At 12 West Maple specifically.
Okay. But you can't stop people from walking up to inquire or causing trouble, correct?
Objection. I mean, that's a compound question. I mean, walking up
Well, I'll break it down. I don't want to
or
confuse
walking up
the witness.
and causing trouble.
All right. You can't stop anybody from walking up, correct?
That is correct.
You
Let me
can't
just,
stop people from walking up and ask.
Yeah, Counsel, you're asking walking up to the exterior of the building?
Yes, I'm talking walking up to the exterior of the building.
Keep going.
And you have security that will stop them from going in, correct?
That is correct.
All right, but you can't stop them from walking up to the exterior of the building, correct?
That is correct.
And then you had stated, I think it was you stated that you have 2 guards that are, I don't want to call permanently stationed, but are for the most part permanently stationed at the front door, correct?
Permanently stationed. That is correct.
And then you have a 3rd rover that walks around, that can walk around the area, correct?
That is correct.
All right, do these guards carry sidearms?
Can you clarify what a sidearm is?
Do they carry guns?
No.
Do they carry mace?
No.
Do they carry a billy club?
No.
Do they carry any electronic stun guns, anything like that?
No.
Other than their own personality and wits, they have nothing to protect them outside of their personality or training or wits or whatever they have. They have nothing physically to protect their person or anybody around them, correct?
You mean a weapon?
I mean a weapon.
They do not carry weapons.
Okay. So are you familiar with the distinction between active security and passive security?
I am.
Okay. So everybody understands active security is live people, boots on the ground. Passive security is electronic. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess a little follow-up. With respect to the 3 security guards that you have on the outside of your building, do they have any police powers?
You mean to like make an arrest?
To make an, let's start with, to stop somebody to question them.
No, they would.
Do they
would
have
call-
any power to make an arrest?
No,
Do they have any power to give a citation?
no,
Do they have any power other than any other citizen that lives in the city of Chicago with respect to security?
no.
Okay, and have you started interviewing security company?
We have a contract security company,
And who's that with?
Metro One.
Okay, and who is the face of Metro One?
I can facilitate that name. I can send you that name.
Well, and I say that only because we talked about the duties, and I'll call it the roaming security guard. The duties of the roaming security guard is to walk around the neighborhood, correct?
To patrol the area that we had designated.
Okay, let's talk
Earlier.
about that word patrol. But he has no police powers, correct?
That is correct.
All right, so the word patrol doesn't make a lot of sense, does it?
Well,
Objection. Vague. Ask your question, Mr. Murphy.
I just did.
we characterize it as patrolling the neighborhood.
Well, I
using-
understand you characterize it as patrolling the neighborhood. Isn't he just walking around the neighborhood with his cell phone?
They are walking around the neighborhood. They are
Do
acting
they
as
have a cell
deterrent.
phone?
I can't speak to what each person has. I would assume they do.
Okay, so like any other citizen in the city of Chicago, they could walk around and call the real police if they need to, correct?
They can call law enforcement. That is correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned, and I believe it's you, and if I'm attributing it to you, I apologize. You also mentioned in the duties of this roving officer that they can pick up litter. Was that you?
That was me specifically. Yeah, it wasn't me specifically. I didn't say that.
Okay, but you've never discussed with Metro Security that the responsibility of their security guards are to pick up litter, correct?
I haven't said that they can pick up litter.
Right, they're there to, as you say, patrol the neighborhood, right?
That's one of their patrol orders. That is correct.
Okay, but not pick up litter, right?
It's picking up litter would not be in their patrol orders.
There we go. Now, I guess my question to you then, and I apologize if I'm repeating, this patrol officer, this roving officer, has no other authority or ability than any other citizen in the city of Chicago, correct?
Mr. Murphy, you've asked that question 3 different times and it's been answered every single time.
Well, then one more won't hurt, will it?
Let's move on.
Let's go to, all right, so other than the 2 at the front door, the rover, any other security personnel that are not otherwise PharmaCann employees?
No, it's the third-party contract security plus our own internal security.
Okay. Now, your own internal security are PharmaCann employees, correct?
That is correct.
They're salespeople as well, correct?
No, they're security.
Okay. Are they police officers?
They are not.
Do they carry guns?
They do not.
Do they carry any weapon in any way?
They do not.
Do they carry a cell phone?
But there's phones in the dispensary, and I'm sure they carry cell phones.
Okay. This is 2020. I think we can assume everybody has a cell phone. But so with respect to your security, they are in no better position to stop a crime or prevent a crime or assist in a crime than any other citizen in the city of Chicago, correct?
Objection, that has not been the testimony.
Well, let's break it down again then, counsel. They don't carry a weapon, correct, Bill?
That is correct.
They don't carry a walkie-talkie, correct?
Well, they do have a walkie-talkie. Absolutely.
Okay. Do they have mace?
They do not.
Do they have a club? Do they have any weapon of any sort?
There are no weapons.
Okay. Then they are equally equipped or not equally equipped, depending on how you look at it, as any citizen in the city of Chicago in dealing with some type of emergency or criminal situation within the walls of PharmaCann, correct?
Just answer the question.
Yeah, so it would be the same as any other citizen. They would have the same tools, 311, 911, plus they have training.
Plus they have training, okay, but no weapons.
No weapons.
Okay. You mentioned near the end of your testimony about customer behavior changing. What did you mean by customer behavior changing?
I think specifically what I was talking about is the dispersion of customers as more dispensaries open up in Illinois. And specifically, customers might now go to a dispensary as a destination, but as more dispensaries open up, they will disperse.
And what do you use to support that? What data do you use to support that?
Yeah. Well, if you just look at how dispensaries are currently opening up and you look at traffic and transactions of existing dispensaries, you can see the impact of the visits to a particular dispensary when a new dispensary kind of opens up. So there's a cannibalization impact, if you will.
Well, but the question I have for you is, where exactly can I find this data you're relying on?
I pull that data from our transaction history and then just understanding where other operators are and just looking at the impact. It's very traditional and standardized in retail.
Okay, and while I understand all of that, did you share this information with the attorney sitting next to you?
Objection.
Say the question again, Counsel. I didn't follow.
Did you share this data that you pulled with anyone else outside of PharmaCann?
Do I share it outside of PharmaCann? No.
See, so you see where I have a bit of a credibility problem. I can't check your math. You understand that?
Do I understand?
Is there a question, Mr. Murphy?
Do you understand the fact that because you provided no data, no one can check your numbers? Do you understand that, Bill?
I agree that you can't check my math. Yes.
Okay. And you said that these are estimates. These are not actual numbers, correct? You estimate that the traffic will go down?
Estimates are numbers. Traffic are numbers. So it's just like.
But these are estimated numbers, correct, Bill?
As you know, in business, you're always estimating.
The number could go up, couldn't it?
Could it go up? There's always that possibility, but that's not how behavior works.
All right. The back alley is an L-shaped alley, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and it's one way in, one way out, or I'm sorry, it's a through alley. So you come in and you come out on a different street, correct?
There is throughput there.
Okay, but it is an L shape. There's no, other than the one direction the truck or car is going to, it can't, there is no two lanes, is my point.
Objection. It's vague. Are you talking about an L-shaped alley or are you claiming it is a one-way alley?
Well, I'll try to be more clear, counsel.
Thank you.
Is it a one or two lane alley?
If you know.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. Have you been in that alley?
I have.
Okay. When was the last time you were in that alley?
Probably in February,
Okay. How many times were you in that alley?
a few times.
Okay. Few meaning 5 or few meaning 10?
A few mean closer to 5.
Okay. So in the 5 times you were in that alley, can you fit 2 trucks in there or 1 truck driving?
You mean, can I estimate?
I'm asking you, you can do whatever you want.
If you know.
I don't know.
He cut out. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, this is the reporter. He cut out again.
Go ahead, Mr. McMenamy, will you just repeat your answer to your last question? I believe you said you don't know. Oh, you're completely cut out.
I think we've lost them.
Yeah, we'll give them a minute to fix their microphone.
Yeah, they may just have to reset.
We'll give them a few minutes. If anyone else needs a break, we'll come back at 6:20. We'll recess for 5 minutes and return at 6:20.
That works.
Mr. Mednick, did you have a question? You have to unmute your microphone.
Hello?
Yes, did you have a question?
No, I'm good.
Okay, I just see that you raised your hand.
No, that was not Mr. Mednick. Someone else is saying, I don't know.
Mr. Mednick, you have to unmute your microphone if you need to speak. Did you have a question?
Yes, I did have a question. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak. And
Well, this isn't, you're not speaking yet. We're in recess. Was it a general question or? was
no,
you
it's a
trying to
question.
testify?
It's a question that should come back when, in fact, the hearing resumes. So I guess
Okay.
I will put it off.
Yeah, you have to wait until the chairman calls you then, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, solid green. Yeah, we're good. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Okay, it is 6:20. We are reconvening this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Saul is present. Commissioner Esposito is present. I am present, so we have quorum. Mr. Murphy, will you repeat the last question you asked?
I just want to make sure you can hear us now.
You can.
Yeah, we have remote mics and the batteries died on both of them at the same time, so apologies.
Okay, Mr. Murphy, please proceed. You have to unmute yourself. You have to unmute yourself, Mr. Murphy.
How's that?
There you go.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Bill, you've been in the back alley about 5 times?
Yes,
You can fit 1 car at a time through there, correct?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. But you were commenting on on security, patrolling, but you don't know how wide the back alley is where you drop off your product and where the bank collects the money, correct?
Well, specifically in terms of how wide it is in feet? Is that
Guesstimate.
your question? Yeah, my understanding that parts of it are 18 and a half feet wide and parts of it are 15 feet wide.
Okay. So it's an important area. You collect your product there, you get your product there, and you send your money out to the banks there. So it's an important part of your business, correct?
Product is delivered there, yes.
No, I'm saying the alleyway is an important part of the security component of your business, correct?
It's a component of the business, yes.
Would you consider where you drop off product and where you dispose, the bank collects money an important part?
The delivery area is an important part, yes.
There we go. Okay. Now, we talked about, and I'm fascinated with this, the roving person. You talked about you monitor for loitering. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. So if someone is loitering in front of the cannabis store, you shoo them away, correct?
We would politely ask them to leave if they were loitering. That is correct.
All right. So they're going to go loiter somewhere else, correct?
I don't know what their
Objection
behavior
calls
would
for
be.
speculation.
Yeah. It absolutely calls for speculation. Where do loiterers go home, or do they continue loitering down the block?
If you have any particular expertise in loiterers.
I do not.
Okay. Well, that's I said you brought up the monitoring for loitering, so that I'm just trying to drill into that a bit. So, is it your experience that loiterers move away, or do they go home? Where do loiterers go?
Objection, we've already established he's not an expert in loitering behavior.
I'm not looking for expert testimony here. I believe the man has lived on this planet long enough where he can discuss loitering. So you shoo them away, where do they go?
I do not know.
Do you think shooing away loiterers from the front of your business makes neighboring businesses happy that you've put the loiterers up on them?
Again, as I've stated, I don't know where they go. So I don't know.
Would you
that
agree with me that there's a strong likelihood that the loiterers will continue down the block?
they can go up the block or down the block.
But they will move on, correct?
They will move on.
Okay, and they'll go bother somebody else, correct?
Again, I don't know the makeup of a loiterer. Again, I don't know what they do.
Well, you say you're shooing loiterers. What is a loiterer?
Well, specifically, the question comes up about congregating in front of our dispensary. And what
Well,
we
that's
would do
not
is
my
provide-
question. My question is, what is a loiterer?
Objection, he's answering your question. He's talking about the nature of the loitering. You got to let him answer, Mr. Murphy.
Well, then, no, he didn't answer my question, and I would love him to answer my question, which is, what is a loiterer?
Loitering is when a person would be spending time in front of, in this case, the business. They can be a customer, they can be a pedestrian, they can be many different things. and not negative, and I don't want to use that term in a negative way, loitering. It's just, again, we don't want people congregating in front of the entrance.
Okay, but you used the word loitering in your direct examination, so that's why I'm using it. So when you shoo the loiterer away, he or she will continue on somewhere else, correct?
They will move on.
Okay, and move on to another business, correct?
Objection, he already said he didn't know.
It's not really within his, he wouldn't know that answer one way or the other.
Okay. In your experience, so just so I'm clear, have you ever personally dealt with loiterers in PharmaCann situation?
In PharmaCann specifically, removing loiterers, me?
Yeah.
Is that the question? I have
Correct.
not.
Okay, then we can move on. We talked about a little bit, you talked about peak times in terms of additional traffic. You remember that?
I do.
Okay. Now, you do know that there are, well, not within 500 feet. You do know that there are schools in your area, correct?
I am aware of a school.
And you are aware that schools in the area block off streets so that parents picking up children could move in a more efficient and expedited process to get them out of school, correct?
If you know.
I don't know the operational procedures of a specific school, but I
Okay,
do know
so-
that parents do drop their kids off to school.
Okay, so, and we can probably clean this up. So you have no knowledge of streets that are blocked off near Maple Street to allow for the pickup or delivery of children, correct?
I do not.
Okay, that's fine. Now, your attorney led you through a series of questions regarding public convenience. Do you remember that?
I do.
And how having a cannabis retail store on Maple Street was good for the neighborhood. It was good for the people of the neighborhood. Do you remember saying that?
I do.
Okay. How many people in the neighborhood did you talk to that said they wanted a cannabis store on Maple Street?
Specifically, in community meetings, we've spoken to people.
Then
but
not we.
speaking
Not
Yeah.
we. How many? Because you're the one testifying, okay?
Yeah.
How many did you talk to?
None.
Okay. But you attended these public meetings, or some of the public meetings, correct?
I did.
So no one told you that it's in the public good to open a cannabis retail store on Maple Street, correct?
There were people who were encouraged that we were coming to Maple Street.
Okay, but did I'm using your words, okay? I'm not making this up. I'm using your words. You said it was for the public good, but nobody told you they wanted it there, correct?
Well, there were people who did say they wanted it there.
They told you personally.
Well, we heard them in the public meeting.
Did they tell you personally?
Afterwards, there was a chat session
Okay.
that we mingled with many people, and there were people who came up and said, yes, we can't wait till you come to Maple Street.
Who were these people?
Well, I didn't take their names. It was informal conversation along with
But
the
yet you're
opposition.
quoting them here today, correct?
I'm
Objection,
not
he's
quoting
not,
them.
you're mischaracterizing his testimony. He said he
No.
talked to people at a community meeting. Yes, you are, Mr. Murphy. He said he
Well,
talked
I'd
to people
appreciate
who
the
attended a
witness
community
testifying,
meeting.
counsel, and not you. You are now testifying. I would appreciate the witness testify. That's how this works. So you are
Ask
quoting,
questions that people,
I have a better question. Bill,
great.
you are quoting people that you have talked to, correct?
I'm not quoting them. I'm summarizing conversations that we
Okay.
had.
All right. But yet, you can't tell me their names, correct?
That is correct.
Did any of these people testify on your behalf at this hearing today?
I don't know. I couldn't see them in the screen, so I would.
Well, other than Mr. Lasky and Tonya, do any of those names ring a bell to you?
They do not.
Okay. So you don't know who you talked to, right?
Again, I didn't collect their names. It was casual conversation.
So the answer to my question is you did know who you talked to, correct?
Mr. Chairman, can we move this line of questioning along? I mean.
You made your point, Mr. Murphy. Let's keep going.
As long as I've made my point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, do you remember your attorney leading you through questions regarding the adverse impact on the neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to read Alderman Riley's letter in opposition to your employer opening up a cannabis distribution business on Maple?
Is that the letter that's going to be read later on today?
I believe so, but it was submitted a while ago. Have you had the opportunity to read Judge Riley's letter? I'm sorry, Alderman Riley's letter?
I have not.
Okay. You heard the testimony of Alderman Smith, correct?
That is correct.
And do you have any reason to believe that Alderman Hopkins is in support of your opening a cannabis retail store on Maple?
I don't have any reason to believe that Alderman Hopkins is in support.
Okay. So you talk about adverse impact on a neighborhood, but yet you have the three aldermen all opposing it. How can you say this is a good thing for the neighborhood?
Objection, because those items are not necessarily connected.
No, I'll keep going, Mr. Murphy.
Yeah, it is a good question. This is good. You got three aldermen opposing, Brian, or Bill, I'm sorry.
Yep.
So tell me how good it is for the neighborhood.
Well, again, we're a retail business, just like any other. We provide a service that people are looking for. We provide a high-end experience. We believe that we fit well into the neighborhood and that there are people who are demanding our product and want to engage with us.
Okay, and you said this a couple times, and let's talk about this. We are a retail business just like any other, okay? How many other businesses around Maple Street have 3 security guards, 1 roving, 2 permanent at the front door, and several security people along with regular employees located in their business? How many of those do we have in that area?
I'm not aware of the other retailers or establishments' operations, so I couldn't really answer that.
Right, so you're not like other retailers, correct?
We are like other retailers.
Well, then why do you have so much security?
Yeah, well, we have a state mandate that we have to follow, so we provide and align with the state mandate.
The state mandate requires 1 security guard. You have 3 and additional ones in your building. Why do you have so much security if you're just like the Gap?
Yeah, so we heard loud and clear from the community that security, safety, community patrols were important. We implemented those as part of our plan to hear the community and again partner with them on their concerns.
Do you know whether the community said the same thing to Gibson's?
I do not.
To Tavern on Rush?
I do not.
To the Ace Hardware?
I do not.
So you're not a business like others, are you?
I believe that we are.
Okay, but your beliefs aside, your business has special regulations and does special things to make people feel comfortable with it, right?
Not to make people feel comfortable with it. No,
Well, you've added security guards. The state mandate is 1. You have 3 to 6 or 7, depending on how I look at your testimony. You've added security.
And again, we did add security, and there was a community request for that. We put the security in.
All right.
So
and again,
all businesses. So you asked specifically about other retail businesses. Many retail businesses have extensive loss prevention programs. They have digital security. They have shoplift prevention happening within the 4 walls. So security is very common in a retail establishment.
Well, right now we're still talking about active security measures. We'll get to the passive ones later. But you've already testified that you're unaware of any business in that area that has asked for additional security, correct?
I'm unaware of their operation, so I can't speak to what they have or don't.
So you don't know, correct?
I don't know the operational model of the other businesses on Maple.
All right, let's talk now about passive security. And what I mean by passive security, electronic. Cameras, buzzers, beepers, things that are not humanly physical, okay? I want to make sure you and I are talking about the same thing. So I'm assuming you will post numerous cameras both inside and outside the premises.
That is correct.
Okay. When I say you, I mean PharmaCann. So I don't want to put it on you, Bill. And you will have somebody monitoring the video footage of the cameras that you post, correct?
That is correct. There's monitoring along with the cameras.
Okay. Will a video camera physically stop a robber?
You mean the camera itself?
Yes, the camera. How strike that? Yes, the camera itself.
I don't know how a camera itself would physically stop a robber.
That's my point. What about a pickpocket?
Again, I don't know how it would do that.
Would a camera stop a physical assault?
I think he's answered that he's not aware of the cameras being able to take those types of actions.
Right, because they're passive, correct, Bill?
They are a deterrent.
No, that's not my question, Bill. My question is they're passive, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And obviously the exchange of information is important, correct?
Objection vague.
I'll ask a better question. Fair point. The information gained from the video cameras can be shared with the real police, correct?
They can be shared with Chicago PD and the Illinois State Police. That is correct.
Right, those with law enforcement powers, correct?
Yes, the Chicago
Okay.
PD and Illinois State Police.
All right, but the cameras can't physically stop any crime, correct?
That is correct.
Now, and I want to get this right, so please help me with it. Outside of having a horrible time with your last name, and I apologize for that, you are Chief Revenue Officer, correct?
That is correct.
All right, you are in charge of driving revenue, which is good for businesses, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And we talked about the early numbers. Phase 1, you're thinking 23 customers at a time. Phase 2, 69. Do you remember giving those numbers?
In terms of capacity, yes.
Okay. And can we call phase 1 kind of like a soft opening? Is that fair? Kind of see how things work?
No, the operation works already. It's just a smaller version.
All right. So why the smaller version?
I think I gave testimony earlier. Cannabis is unique in terms of you can go through your approval. If we're fortunate enough to get approval today and have our license. You are in the competitive foot race, if you will, against another provider who may be opening in the area. And it comes down to efficiency and scalability in being able to get open quickly.
Right.
And so there are times when there's a race.
Right. And so it gives you an opportunity to get better at your trade, correct?
Objection, that's not what he just said.
Sustained.
You just said cannabis is unique. You remember saying that?
I do.
But you just said a couple minutes ago that it's a business like any other. Do you remember saying that?
Do
you remember saying that? Do you remember saying it's a business like any other?
Hold on,
Can I
Mr.
finish
Murphy.
my?
Okay.
It's a yes or no question. His counsel has an opportunity to rehabilitate. He just said cannabis is unique, and a couple minutes ago he says it's a business like any other. Do you remember saying those two things?
In the structure of your question about getting open, it's unique in that way. Correct.
All right. Now, we talked about POS systems a little bit. Do you remember that?
I do.
And you have the capacity for 10 POS. I don't want to call them machines. What do you call them? I don't want to use the wrong word.
POS is good.
POS. All right. So you have 10 POSs. Okay. Now, again, we did the numbers. 10 POS stations at 3.5 minutes per customer. That gives you 35 customers in 10 minutes. And you said I did the math right there, correct?
Yes.
So were you at the neighborhood meeting at Dave and Buster's?
I was.
Okay. And I don't know if it was you or one of your colleagues said that you anticipated up to 1,000 customers a day. Do you remember that statement?
I do not.
Okay. Did you ever make that statement?
We have capacity to do, if all 10 POSs are operating, we have capacity to do a fair amount of transactions. So if you're
Well,
asking, can we do 1,000 transactions? The
Let's
answer
talk
is yes.
about
Let
a
him
fair
finish,
amount of
Mr. Murphy.
transactions.
Mr. Murphy, just let him finish his answer, please.
Oh, I
So
thought
to
he
an-
had. I was moving on. So
Yeah,
I
so to
understand
answer your
you.
question, do we have the
Okay.
capacity to do 1,000 transactions? The answer is yes.
I'm going to
Okay,
start
it-
muting you if
it-
you guys continue to talk over each other.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. My apologies. You actually have you meaning your company, Bill, I don't mean you personally, actually have the capacity for more than 1,000 transactions a day, correct?
That is correct.
And I'm doing just some rough math with my phone, and I apologize if it's wrong. You can do up to 210 transactions an hour, correct? And then my math is 35 every 10 minutes times 60 minutes.
So you're estimating, so I'll agree with your estimate.
I would say that's capacity, correct? You have the capacity to do so.
We have the capacity to do in excess of that, yes.
Okay. I have nothing further for this witness, Judge. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
I will attempt not to take offense. Don't worry. Okay. Then who's next on your list?
No.
Thank you.
Can I redirect?
Yeah, sure.
Are we allowing redirect right after, or do we do the full Monty afterwards, as I read your order?
Let's do it at the end. Let's do it at the end.
Okay, thank you.
Keep going, Mr. Murphy. Who's next on?
I have one other judge. It's because I'm horrible with names. Our security expert,
Mr. Farrell?
Mr. Farrell.
Sure. Okay. Oh. I'll sit right here.
Mr. Farrell, you are still under oath.
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Farrell, my name is Gene Murphy, and I'll be asking you some questions, okay?
Yes, sir.
And then all I ask is that you answer audibly and truly, because this has been a long day for all. If I ask a bad question, please don't hesitate to say you don't understand, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, when were you retained by PharmaCann?
I can give you a best guess. I don't know the exact date, a couple of weeks ago.
A couple weeks ago. And what did PharmaCann pay you for your opinion?
Can I answer? $2,750.
All right, and that included your testimony today?
That is correct.
Did you prepare a report for PharmaCann?
An affidavit I prepared, but not a report.
Okay, because you cited a bunch of numbers And I'm just curious, because you did not prepare a report and you didn't submit anything, how do I check your numbers to make sure they're accurate?
Well, sir, those numbers were publicly available, and you're more than welcome to go into the CPD portal and pull them yourself.
Well, I understand that, but you're the one that testified to them, and I didn't have a chance to do it before your testimony because you didn't prepare a report. So myself and the board, we're trying to figure out, how do we know those numbers are correct? Because we have no report to compare them to.
Objection, Mr. Chairman, he's an expert in his field. That was established by the board.
I'm not saying he doesn't have experience. I'm just saying he tossed out a bunch of numbers and has no support for them.
Truth be told, I'm looking for his affidavit, but I don't really know that he presented numbers. I think I remember hearing there was a 70%, but it was more a statement that crime has gone down, right?
Right. We talked about increases and decreases in crime.
I don't actually remember him putting forward specific numbers, except for sort of an offhand. I remember 70% was thrown. So I just want to tell me if you remember off the top of your head. I'm just looking for the affidavit, if that's different, if maybe the affidavit had more.
I think we're circling around the same stuff, Judd.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
That's okay.
Okay. So Evan, you went to Loras College, correct?
I did.
And do you know that Loras College is known as the Harvard of Dubuque, Iowa?
I do, actually.
Okay, well, that's good. Means your parents brought you up right. All right. You set up the security system for PharmaCann. Have you done it for any other PharmaCann dispensaries?
So let me clarify the record, sir. I did not set up PharmaCann security. Yes, I have done it for multiple other dispensaries in the Illinois market and the Missouri market.
Okay, so you reviewed, so I understand your role in all of this. You reviewed the security procedures that PharmaCann presented to you, correct?
That is correct.
And then you made suggestions based on what they put forward to you.
I'm not sure I understand that question, sir.
Did you accept what PharmaCann gave you verbatim and said, this is a great plan, go ahead? Or did you make suggestions that would make their plan better?
Neither to both of those. I reviewed their plan and came up with my own independent conclusions as to what their plan met as far as state guidelines and or exceeded state guidelines.
Okay. With respect to the security guard, was it your idea or was it PharmaCann's idea to have them unarmed?
I don't control their security guards. I don't provide their security. It was not my idea. That's all I can tell you.
Okay. Was it your idea that you heard the testimony about the roving security guard that roamed the neighborhood? Was it your
Yes, sir.
suggestion that he pick up trash or was it PharmaCann?
I don't know whose suggestion. It wasn't mine. That's all I can tell you.
Objection, his testimony is about security.
We're all very well of that, counsel. With respect to your experience as a U.S. Marshal, and thank you for your service, you heard that PharmaCann places 2 unarmed guards in front and an unarmed rover, correct?
That is correct.
And you are familiar with the phrases active security and passive security, correct?
I am. And just if I could clarify, I'm going by your definitions. There are multiple definitions for it in the security space.
And that's fair enough. So for the purposes of our discussion today, active security is the physical type, armed guards or guards of that respect. Passive is the surveillance electronic form. Are we on the same page?
Yes, for today's hearing, yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to physical altercations, the security that PharmaCann is providing provides no more security than any civilian walking down the street with a phone, correct?
That's incorrect.
Okay. They don't have a gun, do they?
They do not.
They don't have a club of any sort, do they?
No, they do not.
They don't have any electronic tasing devices, do they?
They do not.
They don't have any mace, do they?
They do not.
And I'm assuming, for the purposes of this conversation, that they have a cell phone because basically everybody on the planet has a cell phone. Is that a fair assumption?
I believe so.
Okay. So they are unarmed and either providing security for the front or roving the neighborhood, correct?
Yes.
So if I walk down Maple Street, I am unarmed. I don't have a billy club. I don't have mace. I don't have a taser. I don't have anything. I'm in the exact same position as their security, correct?
That is incorrect. And I'm more than happy to, oh, go ahead.
No, that's where we're going with this. And I want to hear how they're particularly trained while they're unarmed to deal with violence and physical situations and how training helps in that, given the backdrop of all the rioting and everything we've had going on. So I'd love to hear from you how that special training they got makes PharmaCann's dispensaries safe.
Well, sir, that wouldn't be my answer. So I will go into what I think are specific things that makes them different from a general citizen. And if you'll give me time, I'd like to talk about the crime theory that will prove the point.
Well, you know what? We'll get to that. I'm going to ask you the questions and you're going to answer them, okay? Fair enough?
Yeah. So, and again, then clarify your question you'd like me to get to right now, please.
All right. I want to know the difference between me walking down Maple and your security on Maple. Other than we both have a cell phone.
Okay. So first and foremost, to answer that question, I'm going to have to talk about some crime theories. So please give me some leeway.
No, I'm not going to give you leeway. I want to know specifically. I don't want to know theory. I want to know. Because, and I'm going to go back to your testimony. You remember that when you were retained, they talked about the general criteria for special use, correct? You remember that?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, I can see your head moving. I just can't hear you.
Apologize.
Number 5 is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort. Do you remember that?
I'm sorry, you broke up. I couldn't hear you on the last one.
Okay, I want to make sure we're all good. Number 5 in that list of criteria says designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort. Do you remember reading that?
I did see it on the screen.
Okay. So how does myself, who is a civilian walking down the street, how do I differ physically from the unarmed security guards of PharmaCann?
Okay. Well, I'm going to try to answer it. You seem to not want to hear it, but here's my try. So first of all,
here's what I want to hear, Mr. Witness. I want to hear the answer to my question.
Can we please let him answer the question?
Well,
And
he's
then we
already
can decide whether
he's
he's answering it appropriately.
already prefaced the question by, I'm not going to give you the answer that answers the
Why don't we
question.
give him a
I'm
chance?
going to give you what I want to say. He's already prefaced it.
Do you want to tell him the answer?
Gentlemen, hold on. Mr. Farrell, stick to the format that you're being asked, and then on redirect, you can expand on crime theory and give the rest of the context for your argument.
Okay. So first and foremost, their physical presence is a deterrent. All crime theories recognize that, whether it's crime prevention through environmental design, concentric circles, and eyes on the street. Those are the 3 leading crime prevention theories. So their physical presence is a deterrent, which is a difference from a citizen. Second of all, they wear a uniform. Citizens are not in uniforms. Their uniforms are deterrents. Third, they have training, specialized training on de-escalation, how to deal with unruly persons, how to de-escalate those situations, how to be a good observer, how to report incidents, how to interact with law enforcement when they arrive. The general public does not have these trainings. You go into any of those theories, all of that distinguishes a security guard, whether it's unarmed or armed, as a physical deterrent for crime and makes a neighborhood much safer.
Okay, let's talk about that. And you went right where I wanted to go. Physical presence is a deterrent. What do you
Yes, sir.
have in, that's what you said, and I want to make sure I get it right. What do you have that supports that theory? Did you provide anything in a report that supports that theory?
Well, sir. Yeah.
My question is, did you put it in a report that physical presence is a deterrent?
I did not complete a report for this
Okay.
zoning hearing, no.
Got it. Have you ever, strike that, with respect to a uniform, did you ever put down in a report that a uniform is a deterrent to crime or just general people acting badly?
I did not prepare a report.
Okay. And you talk about training. Do you know the company that PharmaCann is using to train their security guards?
I do not.
Okay, so you don't know how that company trains their security guards, do you?
No, but I did talk to PharmaCann and ask them about their training, and that's what they told
Okay,
me.
but here's my question. You didn't talk to the third-party provider of the security, how the security system is going to work at PharmaCann, did you?
I did not, but all licensed security companies must provide this basic training I'm referring to all their security guards. It's to have a license through IDFPR, you have to train your employees in this. You have to do 8 hours of additional training. And most companies expand their training well beyond that.
And
So
how
yes,
do you
they
know
do.
this company does it?
They're regulated
And I
by
say
the
you,
state.
I don't mean the state, I mean, how do you know it?
I do not know for certain. I didn't speak to them.
Right, so you don't know what they do by way of their training, do you?
Objection. He's testified to that.
You can answer the question.
There's an objection pending. I'm waiting for that to be
You answered the
decided.
question, you do not know, right?
I do not know, sir.
Yeah,
Okay, you don't know whether they used classroom training, do you?
I do not.
You don't know if they have some kind of self-defense judo training, do you?
I do not.
You don't know if
Objection, Mr.
if
Chairman,
their
he's-
school requires any kind of educational background, do you?
I appreciate the dramatic flourish, Mr. Murphy, but you've made your point. Let's keep going.
Got it. I will move on. Mr. Chairman, if you can give me 1 minute, I think I'm done with this witness.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have no more questions for this witness.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Farrell.
Thank you.
Who's next, Mr. Murphy?
Mr. Wolin, please.
I'm here.
You're on, you're still under oath?
Thank you.
Mr. Wolin, my name is Gene Murphy, and I'm going to ask you some questions about your report for PharmaCann, okay?
Yes, sir.
And as the hour is late, if I ask a bad question, you are not going to insult me or offend me. Just please tell me you don't understand, and I'm happy to ask another question.
Not a problem.
Okay. Mr. Wolin, when did PharmaCann retain your services?
January?
January of 2020?
Yes, sir.
And they retained your services for what purpose?
Determine whether or not this use would be a compatible use.
Okay, whether or not property values are affected by a cannabis dispensary, correct?
Yes,
Is that a yes?
yes.
Okay, I'm having a kind of a hard time hearing you. It's probably my fault, but if you could just get a little closer to your machine, that might help a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And how much did PharmaCann pay you for your testimony?
I believe it was $3,500.
Okay. And how, does that include testifying?
It does not.
Okay, and then how much extra are you charging for testifying?
It's an hourly rate,
And what is your hourly rate?
$300.
And then how many hours have we racked up today?
I don't know. Haven't even looked at the clock.
Okay, so probably another 1,000 or so?
Okay,
Is that a fair, I don't want to be an okay, I want to be fair here. I don't want to guess too much. So at least another $1,000 today?
okay.
Is that a yes?
That's a reasonable number.
Okay, so you're going to collect anywhere from $4,500 to $5,000 for PharmaCann for your testimony today, correct?
Okay, possibly,
Well,
yes.
My
Yes,
question is yes or no. I'm not looking for an okay.
depends on how long we stay, but yes,
Okay, all right, but it's a fair estimate?
it's an estimate.
Is it a fair estimate?
Yes,
Okay, I don't want to fence with you, Mr. Wallen, but
no, I know
the
that.
hour's getting late, so. Okay, do you recall preparing a report for PharmaCann regarding the cannabis dispensary located on Walnut Street in the city of Chicago, correct?
No, sir, it
I'm
was
sorry,
on Maple.
I apologize, Maple Street.
Yes,
Okay, and you submitted that report to PharmaCann, correct?
PharmaCann's attorney.
Okay, and that would be Ms. McGuire, correct?
Yes,
And how many times have you talked to Ms. McGuire about your testimony today?
a few times.
How many times?
A few times,
Few is like 5 or few is like
Yes.
7?
5.
At least 5 times. Okay, how many times did you talk to Ms. McGuire prior to your deposition taken by my partner?
3 or 4.
And then how many times did you talk to Ms. McGuire after the deposition, after your deposition taken by my partner?
Hey, Katie, can I make these pictures?
Let's try that one again, Mr. Murphy.
Mr. Wolin, can you hear me?
I can now.
Okay, good, good. How many times after your deposition did you have an opportunity to talk to Ms. McGuire?
2 or 3 times.
Okay, all right. So you talked to her after your dep, but 2 or 3 times before your testimony today, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Do you have your report in front of you?
I do.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention to page 51 of your report.
I don't have a page 51.
Page 21.
You see the page number on the bottom, 51?
Mr. Murphy, I think his report pages are actually up top. I think that might be a PDF number.
It may be, you may be right. So it would be 52 of 141. Do you see that?
Can't
I think
tell
if
you-
you-
I can't tell you that.
Mr. Murphy, I'm just going to suggest you note where it says Mr. Farzan Parang, February 19th, page 21. Mr. Wolin will be able to find that page.
Okay.
Or can you see it on the screen, Mike?
Now I can see page 21 is what Mr. Murphy's
It's
looking
kind of
for.
upper left-hand corner.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to the bottom paragraph. And this is your report, correct?
Yes,
And you signed this report, correct?
yes,
And everything you say in this report is true to the best of your abilities and knowledge, correct?
yes,
Okay, in that first sentence, it says, year after year, research shows the location of cannabis dispensaries increases both residential and commercial property value. You see that?
I do.
And later in your treatise, you say, and I'm going to direct, let's see, what page would that be? The page for independent analysis. I'm going to try to move on without the document. Do you? Yeah. do you recall during the court, do you recall being deposed by my partner last week?
I do.
Do you recall giving an answer to a very similar question where you said, and I quote, "You have no independent analysis that supports that a cannabis dispensary increased the value for surrounding properties. Is that correct?" And do you remember giving the answer, "I have no primary data to support increase, but I have no data to support adverse impact"? Do you remember being asked that question and given that answer?
Yes.
Okay. But in your report, you say year after year, research shows the location of cannabis dispensaries increases both residential and commercial property values. Do you remember saying that in your report?
I'm looking at that, yes.
Okay, so strike that.
I misspoke in the deposition.
Well, right now, we're just talking about your testimony. And so we're clear. You reviewed your report before you signed it, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay, you probably reviewed it more than once, didn't you?
Probably.
Yeah, you're getting paid $3,500 for that report, so you probably reviewed it more than once, right?
Again, probably.
Okay, and then you signed that report after you reviewed it, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay, so the real answer to all the questions regarding value is you don't know whether cannabis dispensaries increase or decrease the value, correct?
Objection, that's not been his testimony.
Verify.
Correct?
That's not correct.
Okay, well then let's talk about this. Do you have any independent research that suggests that cannabis dispensaries increase the value of property?
I have 4 studies that I did on 4 locations in the city of established locations that are in
Okay.
the report.
Okay, those were studies conducted by you, or was it just data collected by you?
Data collected by me, studies done by. what we
Right,
would
so this
call-
was data collected by you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's talk about that. We have the 4 areas. Can you remind me of those 4 areas?
Lakeview, Uptown, Wicker Park, and.
All right, I'm writing down Lakeview, Uptown.
Number 1 is what we would call Lakeview. Location number 2 is what we would call Logan Square. Location number 3 is what we would call Uptown. And location number 4 is what we would call Wicker Park, West Town.
Okay, Wicker Park, kind of on the west side, right?
No,
West of the Loop,
no, it's north of the loop. It's at North Avenue.
and it's west of the Loop, correct?
It's at North Avenue and roughly.
All right.
East City.
Can we agree to say that Wicker Park is northwest of the Loop?
Yes,
Okay. Like I said, I don't want to fence with you. Now, is it fair to say that the 4 areas that you discussed, Lakeview, Uptown, Logan Square, and Wicker Park, are hot real estate areas in the city of Chicago, correct?
correct?
Okay. That residential values have been going up there for quite some time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that along with the residential values, commercial values have crept up over the years, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So there is no, and these are based, and this was long before cannabis dispensaries were introduced in the state of Illinois, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you chose 4 hot areas and concluded that the real estate, both commercial and residential, increased because cannabis dispensaries were there, correct?
Not correct. I did not choose these 4 locations arbitrarily. These are 4 existing locations within hot areas. That's the difference.
Right. But you chose these, correct?
I did not choose these. These were existing facilities operating for several years in hot neighborhoods.
Right.
albeit
So
Lakeview or Uptown.
my question to you, Mike, is that you chose these 4 locations as subjects for your report for PharmaCann, correct?
Because no other locations after January 1st, the only other location really was 436 Clark.
Okay, let's
Those
try
are the
answering
only
my
real
question, Mike.
existing-
All
Those are
right, my
really,
question is that you chose these 4 locations for your report for PharmaCann, correct?
I did choose them.
Okay. And again, so I'm clear, and I think I stepped on you, and I apologize if I did. The residential and commercial real estate prices were going up before there was dispensaries in these areas, correct?
I didn't research it back then. I can't answer that.
Okay, but you did testify earlier that the residential and commercial valuations or prices of the real estate were going up consistently because they're hot areas, correct?
I did say that.
Okay.
These are each densely populated areas. Hot
Well, that's not,
neighborhoods.
I'm not asking about the population. We're
No,
just
no.
talking about the value of property.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
This is the court reporter. I can't tell you how many times the witness has been cut off or overspoke. I can't get his answer completely. We're talking at the same time. Just a note.
Duly noted. Thank you.
And absolutely duly noted by me, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if you can give me a couple minutes, I may be finished with this witness.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I just have a couple other questions. Thank you for your patience.
Go ahead, Council.
Mike, I'm going to direct your attention to your report where you cite the marijuana in real estate, a budding issue, if you appreciate the humor. November 2018. You remember
Please
that
tell me-
report?
Please tell me page number, sir.
Okay, this would, well, you attached it to your, we're page number. Of his report? Go to. Can you go please to page 51 of your report?
I'm sorry, I cannot because I don't know what page 51 is equivalent to.
Unfortunately, we have several numbers on these pages.
Top left corner has our page number.
Go to page 21 of your report.
Okay,
Do you see the article marijuana and real estate a budding issue?
I do.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention to page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of that report. It says commercial property values near dispensaries is the title of the page, which includes a bar graph. Do you see that?
No, I don't. I'll have to get that then. You're saying page 7?
Page 7, right here. Right, the 7th page of the document. It's the 7th page of the document.
Please tell me the title again.
We're going to show it to you. It should be popped up on your screen. Do you see it?
I do.
Okay. Now, in this report, with respect to residential property values near dispensaries, we have several numbers here. Increase substantially, increase slightly, no change, decrease slightly, decrease substantially. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, 78% no change. I'm sorry. It's my bad eyes. 76% no change. 10% decrease slightly. 4% decrease substantially. Do you see that?
I do.
So that brings us to 90% is either no change or worse with respect to property values, correct?
That's what this study
Objection,
shows.
that's not, hold on, I'm sorry.
If I'm doing the math right.
Well, Mr. Murphy, maybe I misunderstood. Could you make the conclusion that you just reached again?
Well, 76 plus 10 plus 4. Okay, where it says both recreational and prescription.
Yeah, I see you. I'm sorry.
You may not see the colors may not come out real good. It's a green and a gray line or bar.
No, I got it. I got it.
Okay, you see no change at 76%, right?
I do.
You see decrease slightly by 10%, right?
I do.
And you see decrease substantially by 4%, right?
I do.
Okay. Now, that flies in the face of your conclusion in your report that says, and I'm going to quote your report because I don't want to misquote you. For your report, when you say, year after year, research shows the location of cannabis dispensaries increases both residential and commercial property value. You see that?
I do.
I have nothing further for this witness.
But I do have something.
I have nothing further for this witness, Mr. Chairman.
Direct, Mr. Wallen. Do you have any other witnesses, Mr. Murphy?
I'm trying to cut it down for you, Judge, or Mr. Chairman. Mr. Abuna.
Yes, sir.
You're still, Mr. Abuna, you're still under oath.
Yes.
Mr. Abuna, again, I know you've heard this before. My name is Gene Murphy. I'm going to ask you some questions, and believe me, if I ask a bad one, and I'm probably likely to do so, please let me know and I can re-ask it, okay?
Okay.
Okay. When were you contacted by PharmaCann?
January, February, around that time.
Of 2020?
Yes.
And you were basically asked to do a traffic analysis, correct?
Yes.
And let me be more specific. That was a bad question. A traffic analysis regarding a potential dispensary on Maple Street in the city of Chicago.
Correct.
Okay. And you were asked to do this in light of the general criteria for special use, correct?
Yes.
You've testified before this body before, correct?
Yes.
All right, this is not your first rodeo?
Nope.
Okay. So with that being said, how much did PharmaCann pay you for your testimony?
I don't know the exact number, but it's around 4,000.
And then did that include your testimony today, or do you get paid extra for that?
Extra.
And how much extra are you getting paid for today's testimony?
Well, it's hourly.
A rough guess?
My hourly rate is $230. So you do the
Another
math.
grand, give or take?
Probably.
So about five grand total from PharmaCann
Yes.
for your testimony today?
Total. Not
Okay.
only for testimony.
And you prepared a report for Ms. McGuire for PharmaCann, didn't you?
Yes,
And you reviewed that report before you submitted it so you could collect your $4,000, correct?
yes,
Okay, and I'm assuming you reviewed it more than once.
yes.
Okay, and then you signed that report.
I didn't sign it, but
Okay, but it's your report, correct?
yes,
And it's your report that the information in that report is true to the best of your talents, ability, and knowledge, correct?
correct.
Okay. Well, let's talk about that. When you did your report, or you were accumulating data, you talked about the census data that you looked at to come to certain conclusions. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Okay, and in particular, the census data you looked at with respect to people who live in the Gold Coast, correct?
yes,
And that's the area we're kind of talking about here. The area around Maple Street is, we call it the Gold Coast.
correct.
Okay. And in that, the census data information gathered from taxpayers and citizens, they say 75% of them have access to public transportation, correct?
It's not how it's presented, no.
Okay, do you recall how it was presented?
It's the ask is how many would use public transportation to commute?
Okay.
Not
And
how many have access. They all have
okay,
access.
so
because
how
of
many
proximity.
people use public access to commute,
Started over.
correct?
Counselor started over. Back it up. You were
Oh.
talking.
Sorry about that. So, Mr. Abuna, the ask, and I think that's an absolute appropriate way to do it. The ask is, how many would use public transportation to commute?
Yeah, one of the method of transportation, yes.
Right. Was the question ever asked to the people of the Gold Coast in the Census Bureau questionnaire, how many people would use public transportation to go buy cannabis?
That's not part of the census information, no.
Okay, did the Census Bureau ask how many people use public transportation to go to restaurants?
No,
The census question was commuting to work, correct?
generally, yes,
Okay, so that's a yes.
yes.
Okay. So there is no data out there that you could have reviewed that discussed people taking public transportation to buy cannabis, correct?
No, not specifically for the dispensary, no.
Right. But yet in your report and in your testimony today, which I found very curious, and I don't want to get it wrong, you said that you estimate, and I love the word estimate, it's a way of making a statement without making a statement, but you estimate that 75% of the people who are going to buy cannabis are going to take public transportation. You remember that?
That's not what I said.
Well, can you enlighten us, please?
I don't need to enlighten you. It's all in my report. What I said in my testimony that 20 to 25% of the customers will be likely driving to the dispensary.
Okay, so you use the other number. So let's talk about the other 75%. The other 75% are going to get there through how?
They could be living in the neighborhood, so they'd be walking to the dispensary.
Right.
They could be patronizing other uses in the area, and therefore they'd be captured from that market. They could be using public transportation. They could be biking to the facility. So there are other ways to get to the dispensary.
Right, so let's talk about that. The other ways, including public transportation, and I'm going to ask you, you are familiar with the COVID virus, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we've had lockdowns both statewide and community-wide and nationwide, which has caused a drastic reduction in the use of public transportation, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, the Metro riders are down 95%. Pace is down 63%, CTA Rail is down 85%, and CTA Bus is down 64%. Do you have any reason to dispute any of those numbers?
No, those are consistent with my knowledge of this, yes.
Okay, but in your report, the word COVID is not used, is it?
No.
In fact, people cannot take public transportation because nobody's riding public transportation to go buy cannabis on Maple Street, correct?
There is currently no Maple Street cannabis dispensary, so they couldn't in any event.
In the event they were to do so, counsel. I appreciate your testimony, though. Do you understand the question, Mr. Abuna?
Yes, you're saying under the current conditions that people aren't using public transportation. That's a true statement.
That's a fair statement. So people are not going to take, if a dispensary was on Maple Street, public transportation is not an option, is it?
It's still an option that hasn't stopped other people from using it. So people still use it. It's still in service.
I'm not saying it's not in service, but in terms of the use numbers are down almost 95%. So is it fair to say less people are using public transportation today than they were in February of 2020?
Well, I mean, you're characterizing the COVID effect impacting public transportation. It has impacted every aspect of our lives.
But my question to you is, I apologize, and I don't mean to step on you, but
can I finish my answer? I'm trying to answer.
You're a traffic expert. So I'm not here to talk about other aspects of COVID. I'm here to talk about the traffic that occurs or may occur around 12 West Maple. So in your report, you said, I expect, meaning I guess, only 25% of people will drive. And that 75% of the people in the Gold Coast take public transportation to work, correct?
Or other means.
Okay. So I'm trying to make up the difference here. If people aren't taking public transportation, are 75% of all the cannabis purchasers going to ride bikes to Walnut Street? I'm sorry, Maple Street?
They could be walking. They could be living in the neighborhood. They could be patronizing other businesses. Some would be biking to the facility, yes, and some will be driving.
Okay, and now let's talk about that biking. Have you lived in the city of Chicago all your life?
I have not lived in the city proper, no.
Have you lived long enough in the Chicago area where you know what Chicago winters are like?
Absolutely.
We get a lot of snow, don't we?
Yes.
Freezing rain, just generally bad weather conditions, correct?
Yes.
So biking is an option, say between December and March?
Is it an option, you're saying?
Is it a reasonable option?
I mean, it depends on the weather. Last winter, we had a reasonable winter. It was an option.
While I appreciate that, but typically in bad weather, are people going to be riding their bikes to go buy cannabis on Maple Street?
Probably not.
And I agree with you. Again, I'm not trying to trick you here, believe me. So when you did your, strike that, in your report, I believe you said, and I believe the testimony was consistent in your deposition, that you walked the area, correct?
I walked the area, I've driven the area, yes.
You're familiar with the area?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, while I know the dispensary is proposed with outside of 500 feet from a school, are you aware of the lane closures or the traffic closures for the 3 schools located near 12 West Maple?
I'm aware of the closure on Dearborn at Oak.
Okay, and what about the other 2 schools?
I'm not aware of the others.
Okay, and then with respect to the one you're familiar with, the schools put up barricades and stop or redirect traffic so the parents can pick up or drop off their kids, right?
Yes, it's done in the morning before 9 o'clock and early afternoon.
Okay. And then, so, and I know we all kind of have a picture of this, so I'm not going to put this up. Maple Street is a one-block, one-way street between Dearborn and State Street, right?
It's one way from LaSalle to State Street.
I'm sorry, LaSalle. It's one way, one lane, correct?
One way, one lane, yes.
And it's got parking on both sides, correct?
Yes.
If a car is double parked or parked on Maple Street, can traffic pass by if cars are parked in parking spots?
If a car is illegally stopped in the middle of the street,
Yes.
it will block the street like any other one-way street in the city of Chicago.
You got it. Or if a valet is switching out a car, that blocks the traffic as well, correct?
There is a valet loading zone on Maple, so it shouldn't be blocking the street, no.
But that's not the question I'm asking you is, and I'm not asking what's there, if there's a valet picking up or dropping off cars, the time to allow the owners of the cars to get in, that will block the street, correct?
No, there's a valet zone that is specific for this use. Are you referring to the Maple and Ash?
No. I'm speaking in general.
If there is a valet zone, then no, it will not be blocking the traffic.
Okay, what about a FedEx truck? FedEx trucks double park all over the place, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the FedEx truck comes down Maple. Can traffic get around the FedEx truck?
If it's parked in the middle of the street, no.
All right, what about Uber or Lyft? Okay, Uber and Lyft drivers are notorious for double parking to pick up their fares. We all know that. A Uber or Lyft driver could clog up traffic as well, correct?
Anywhere in the city, if they choose to do that, that's possible, yes.
Yes, so certainly on Maple Street, correct?
On Elm, on State, on Rush, name it. It could happen anywhere.
But my question is, it can happen on Maple Street, correct?
Of course.
Okay. You look surprised.
I'm not. I'm surprised you're asking that question.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll get to other ones then. When you did, do you know how many cars pass by 12 West Maple each day? Because it's not in your report. I just wondering if you knew that.
No, there's no data published on that.
Well, I guess, did you bother to do your own research on that topic? You were paid $4,000.
I have done my research, yes, sir.
Okay, so did your research tell you how many cars go past 12 West Maple each day?
I don't know on a daily basis, but I know during the peak hours.
During the peak hours. And how did you determine these numbers? Because it's not in your report, so I'm just trying to figure this out.
Based on the previous studies I've done in this area for other projects.
Well, I'm not concerned about your previous studies on other projects. I'm concerned about this study and this project.
Yes.
Nowhere in your report, as their traffic expert, do you say how many cars go by 12 West Maple, a one-block, one-way street in the city of Chicago, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, without having to maybe do that much research, and I don't want you to do too much work, there are big restaurants in that area, correct? Maple and Ash, Gibson's, Tavern on Rush.
Yes.
Do you recall, as you walked around their neighborhood, do you remember those restaurants?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever have a conversation with the owners or general managers of any one of those three or anything to ask them how much car traffic they get in the course of a day?
I did not.
Did you ever talk to the valet companies that work with those restaurants and other entertainment venues in that area to see how many cars they park in a day?
I did not.
No, you didn't do that either, did you?
Nope.
No, okay. But you were willing to take some old research from some old projects and apply them to this project, correct?
Objection.
So if you call November of 2019 all data, I will disagree with you on that.
Well, since November and today, we've had that little thing called COVID virus, correct?
Yes.
All right, that's changed all our lifestyles, correct?
For the time being, yes.
Well, unless you know something I don't, Is there a vaccine or a cure for that out there that we're going to get to anytime soon?
We're all hoping.
Well, that's not my question. And I said, I don't want to fence with you, but it looks like we're going down that path. So are you aware of any vaccine or any cure for COVID that's going to get us back to traffic patterns that are relevant to the data that you have put in your report?
Nothing definitive, no.
Nothing at all, correct?
Like I said, there is hope, there is research, and there's development. So we're all hoping that there will be something soon.
And you're absolutely right. We're all hoping. But with respect to the data you use and the data that's available now, you did all your research. Your old research was pre-COVID, correct?
Yes.
Your old research was all before people stopped using public transportation, correct?
And right, and before and when people were driving under normal conditions.
Right. Okay. Well,
when there were more drivers, when there are more cars on the streets.
Well, you and I will probably disagree on that, but that's a conversation we'll have for another day. Mr. Chairman, if you can give me a couple minutes, I may be finished with this witness.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I only have a couple extra questions.
Yep, go ahead.
Mr. Buna, you can hear me?
Yes.
All right, thanks. In describing the Maple Street 1 block, we've agreed it's one way with parking on both sides. Maple runs in an easterly direction, correct?
Yeah, one way eastbound, correct.
And then it dead ends into LaSalle Street, correct? I'm sorry, it dead ends into State Street. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. And there is no traffic light there, correct?
No, it's a stop sign for traffic coming off Maple.
Right. So State Street runs north to south, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Maple runs west to east, correct?
Yes.
And there is no stoplight there, correct?
Yes.
There is only a stop sign there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So when a street, the street that dead ends is going to back up if people cannot take left or right-hand turns, correct? Bad question. I'm going to ask you a new one.
Able to turn left or right?
That was a horrible question. I'm going to ask you a new one. If the traffic heading north to south on State Street is so busy that no one can make a turn left or right off of Maple, where does that Maple traffic back up to?
Well, they do turn left or right.
But when they can't?
Whenever there is a stop sign, cars have to wait for gaps and to turn. The one advantage for this location is there are traffic lights both north and south of this intersection.
Is there a traffic light at the corner of State and Maple?
No, sir. If I could finish my point, perhaps that would help with my answer. There is a traffic light at State and Rush and Cedar. That's one intersection to the north. And there's a traffic light at State and Bellevue to the south where Gibson's is. Those two traffic lights help regulate the traffic flow on State. And that creates gaps and enabling people to exit Maple.
Not at State and
get in the
Bellevue.
flow of traffic on State Street.
Well, we'll get to that. And at the end,
Counselor, I've muted you for a moment. So any more of that and I will kick you out of this hearing. Okay? I want to be completely clear about that.
What was that?
All right, Counselor, now you have to unmute yourself and then please proceed.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I didn't know who that was.
I
You
got
jumped
it. You can
Okay.
turn and then you'll have your opportunity. Don't worry. Go ahead,
Yes.
Counselor.
Okay, so I apologize for the interruption. But so we're very clear, Maple Street dead ends into State Street, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with the Rush Street closure?
Yes.
Okay. And that basically, the city of Chicago in its infinite wisdom has decided to turn Rush Street into a mall, correct?
Yes, for the restaurants to have outdoor seating.
Right, no car traffic, correct?
Yes.
All right, so with Rush Street being closed down as a major thoroughfare, there is less ability for cars to manipulate and move through that area, correct?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that the traffic has moved from Rush Street, at least in part, down to State Street? Or I should say over to State Street?
Yes, Rush is one way, so that traffic that is headed in the northwesterly direction is diverting to State Street. That's correct.
Right, so State Street is now busier than it was in November when you took your original data, or February when you prepared your report, correct?
Not necessarily.
Well, you just said traffic has been diverted from Rush to State Street, correct?
But I also made a statement earlier that traffic in general, just like use of public transportation, has gone down because of stay home and people not going to work and all other factors. So
Okay, and what do you
overall in the traffic as well?
I apologize for interrupting. What do you use as support in your report? The report that you reviewed, that you signed and you got paid for, that traffic has gone down because of the COVID virus. What do you use to support that?
Objection. We've already established, hold on the way, that he did his report pre-COVID.
If I may, but his answer was traffic has slowed down or decreased since COVID. I am allowed to inquire on that. That's a statement he made. He's trying to cover his report, and I get it, but this is how you get caught. So, Mr. Abuna, at the end of the day, you said that traffic was diverted from Rush Street to State Street.
Mr. Murphy, hold on. I want to make sure I understand what you're asking. The statement he made about COVID was today, or are you referring to as part of his deposition, since it's not in his report?
No, statement made today in his testimony today. He just said that the streets are less crowded, there is less traffic because of COVID. Obviously, that is nowhere in his report, and I'm inquiring, where do you get that information from? What's your source?
My source is work that we're doing on other projects in the city and the suburbs, where we are taking traffic counts and field measurements, and they're all showing that there is a drop in the amount of traffic on the streets because of the COVID condition.
Okay, now that isn't a report that you prepared for this case, is it?
No, I'm answering. I'm elaborating on an answer I just gave you.
Right. So my question is, because that information wasn't in the report, when did you submit your report to Ms. McGuire?
The date of the report is July, but I think I submitted an earlier version before that.
Okay, so since July to today's testimony, you never updated your report, did you?
I have not.
You never included all this new COVID data that you're allegedly working on, correct?
COVID data allegedly working on.
Well, let's say, you said you're working on other projects. This is where you got this information from.
Yes.
All right, you didn't call Ms. McGuire and say, hey, I got this great new information. Let me update my report. You didn't do that, did you?
Yeah, well, the data that I'm referring to was not related to this particular location.
Which is my point. But you didn't update your report with this data that you're talking about today, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Buna. Who's next on your list, Counselor?
Okay. If I can have 2 minutes, I think I can get rid of one.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Alderman Hopkins seeks recognition.
Go ahead, Alderman.
I'm trying to start my video here. There, okay. My intention was to testify after the remaining witnesses for the objectors, but I'm at a remote location, as you could probably tell, and I only have about 10% battery power left on my mobile device. So I'm concerned if I wait much longer, I will not have the opportunity to participate. So with the chair's consent, I would like to make my statement now.
Please go ahead.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And I will be brief in the interest of time, but I want to refer back to the opening statement from counsel for the applicant and respond to 2 points that she made. The first point being that there really wasn't good communication between herself and representatives of the applicant and counsel for the objector, to the point where, you know, they had a very brief conversation where it was clear that they couldn't compromise, and that was the end of it. I just want to state that my opposition to this application is actually on file in the form of a letter to this body. And my opposition is independent from counsel for the objector. I was not a part of those discussions. I had my own. And I would characterize the dialogue between my office and the applicant as cordial and ongoing. I was clear from the very onset in my opposition. They knew where I stood, but that didn't prevent us from having a continued and ongoing dialogue. And I think they were probably hopeful at some point I might change my opposition or moderate it somewhat. That didn't happen, but it wasn't for lack of good faith, and it wasn't for lack of continuing discussion. So there's mutual respect there, and I have nothing but positive things to say about the professionalism of counsel for the applicant and the entire PharmaCann team. This is just not something that I'm prepared to support today. In addition to that, counsel made another point. I'm not exactly sure where she was going with it, but she did say that during the course of testimony today, you would be hearing from witnesses who made a point of saying that they were in favor of adult use cannabis dispensaries generally, but they were opposed to this one specifically. And that is the position that I find myself in. And I want to make it clear that it is not just me who holds that position. It is also my colleagues, one of whom you heard from today, Alderman Smith, and also Alderman Riley, who intended to be here, unfortunately cannot be due to a family emergency. But the three of us were strong supporters as legislators of the legislation that created this for the city of Chicago in the first place. We remain strong supporters, but we all three are united in our opposition to this particular application at this particular location. The reasons that you've heard and will continue to hear from other witnesses. It is out of character with the community. It is not a suitable use on Maple Street. It would have an adverse impact on the immediate neighborhood. And I will just add that during my time as alderman, I'm not sure I've ever seen such an overwhelming margin of opposition from the community. It was stated at the aftermath of the meeting that was referred to at Dave & Buster's, also the virtual meeting that we had just a couple of weeks ago. I would estimate that my correspondence has about an 8-to-1 ratio of 8 people contacting me to oppose it versus 1 contacting me in favor of it. I'm doing my job, make no mistake. I'm not here because I'm against cannabis, and I'm not here because I'm against this applicant. I'm here because of overwhelming community opposition to this application at this location on Maple Street. I am obligated to reflect the overwhelming sentiments of my neighborhood. And again, the applicant had ample opportunity to make their case. I would argue that they did a pretty good job of making their case. It just wasn't a persuasive case to the people that I represent in this neighborhood. So I am asking you, Mr. Chairman, in your role as chairman of this body, and the members who are able to cast a vote, who don't have a reason to be conflicted out, please help me do my job and represent the interests of this neighborhood and oppose this application. Thank you very much. That concludes my remarks. I've still got about 5% battery left.
Alderman, were you, we have the letter on file from Alderman Riley. Were you anticipating making any other comments on his behalf? Assuming you haven't lost all your battery at this point.
No, the only other thing I would add is Alderman Riley did represent this area. It was part of the 42nd Ward before the remap in 2012. And he would have made the point, in addition to his opposition, that he is very familiar with the constituency, with the neighborhood organization of record, who is also on record as being opposed to this, and just the additional basis for the opposition that I cited, he would have concurred with. So that was really the extent of his testimony, had he been able to participate.
Okay, thank you, Alderman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I have one follow-up with the Alderman, if you could indulge us. Did we lose him?
Okay.
Alderman Hopkins?
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
This is Gene Murphy. And thank you very much for your comments. And I want to get to you before you run out of juice. Can you briefly go through the adverse impact of the general welfare of the neighborhood?
This neighborhood, as has been stated, has attained what I would characterize as a delicate balance between the residential component, the longtime residents, and believe me, there's a lot of residents that have called this neighborhood home for decades, and I've heard from most of them, with the hospitality use, the restaurants, the nightlife, and the tourism, back when we had tourism in the city of Chicago. Hopefully we will again. So the balance that has been attained, in my opinion, would be adversely impacted by such an intensive use. We've heard numbers, 1,000 customers a day, perhaps 800 customers a day. We're not really totally clear on that. 80 per hour during the peak hours, which the applicant stated today. But the traffic concerns on this narrow, already congested stretch of public way, this is just not a suitable location for this use. It wouldn't be a suitable location for another liquor license, by the way. I would be opposing it if we were talking about, an event space, which was brought up, or any other use that would generate the volume of traffic, pedestrian and otherwise, that this use would generate. It's clear that this particular site is not suitable for the intensity of this use. And that is the basis of my opposition and most of the community opposition that has been expressed to me as well.
Thank you, Alderman.
Alderman, before you go, Alderman, Ms. McGuire, do you want to ask the Alderman any questions?
I do not. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Alderman. Mr. Murphy, you want to proceed?
Continuing on, Judge, we'd like to call Mr. James Banks. Do you see him on your list?
Mr. Jim Banks is unmuted now.
Unmuted. Okay.
Mr. Banks, you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Okay. Go ahead, Counselor.
Mr. Banks, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Yes, sir. My name is James Banks, B-A-N-K-S.
And where do you live?
I live at 56 East Bellevue in Chicago.
And that's the subject area that we're talking about today?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And-
Objection. I mean, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to object. I can barely hear the witness.
Okay.
Yeah, he's coming through your mic, Mr. Murphy, so I don't know if his is off on his end.
Okay, you want to give us 2 minutes and we can switch that around, Judge? I mean, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead. Let's take an official 5-minute break. We'll come back at 8:03, just in case anybody wants to go to the restroom or something.
Thank you.
Victor, this is Nick. Are you available?
Yes, Nick, go ahead.
Yeah, realistically, what are we talking time-wise for tonight?
I honestly couldn't tell you, Nick.
I mean, is the potential to go to midnight?
Potential, yeah.
Yeah, okay. We need to schedule, so, all right, thanks.
I'm sorry?
Just for scheduling, because I think Katie's gonna come back. And then I may.
Yeah, she told me she would check back in around 9.
Right. Okay, I was just curious. Okay,
Yeah, okay.
thank you.
Yep.
Okay, we are going to reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Esposito is here. Commissioner Saul, are you present?
Apologies. Yes, I am.
Commissioner Saul is present. I'm here. We have quorum. Mr. Murphy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Banks, can you hear me? Mr. Banks, can you hear me?
We can't hear you, Mr. Banks.
Can't hear Banks. Oh, we're working on it.
While we're waiting on that, let me just confirm our court reporter is back.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I can hear. Thank you.
Perfect.
Mr. Banks?
No, he's not muted on Zoom's end. I think it's his mic with his computer.
We're working on this. You know, worst case scenario, I can put Mr. Banks on. You don't need to see my ugly face. We can, I could just sit next to him and ask him the questions. How does that sound?
That works.
Are you admitting I have an ugly face, Mr. Chairman?
Not gonna make an objection.
I got it. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
I'm not gonna argue your point, Counselor.
All right, we're gonna go. I'm gonna step aside a little bit, let Mr. Banks have the camera. How's that sound?
That works. Let's do it. And just
Mr.
while
Chairman,
we're
we
getting
can't
settled, so go
I
ahead.
can't seem to see anybody else except you, which is fine, but it's unusual. Oh, there we go. Thank you.
So for purposes of process, so after Mr. Murphy is done with his witnesses, we're going to do the public testimony for the other objectors. And Ms. McGuire, if you want to cross any of them, let's do it immediately after they finish, so we don't lose folks. And then we'll go back to your, Mr. McGuire, your cross-ex, and then your redirect and close.
Sounds good.
Mr. Murphy?
I think I was muted, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to call one witness out of order after Mr. Banks because he's got to go to work. That would be Mr. Thompson.
Okay.
Okay.
In that case, I would just ask, Mr. Chairman, in that case, I would just ask that I be able to cross him immediately after his direct.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. May I proceed, Mr. Chairman?
Please do.
Mr. Banks, can you briefly describe your education and certification?
Yes, sir. I am a practicing attorney. I've been practicing in the city of Chicago for the attorney since
Mr. Banks, can you speak a little bit closer to the mic? Or
trying. Sorry. Yes, sir. As far as my qualifications, I'm a licensed attorney in the state of Illinois. I've been licensed since 1988, practicing law, specifically focused in the zoning and licensing world for approximately the past 28 years.
And you've been practicing how long as a zoning attorney?
Past 28 years.
And how many cases how many zoning type cases have you handled? And I know it'd be a tough number if you could guesstimate, have you handled in the zoning area?
In excess of 3,000 or 4,000 cases.
What about special use application for marijuana dispensaries?
My firm has handled, I believe, 3 or 4 cases in the marijuana field for special uses. I believe I personally have handled 1.
And then what other connections do you have with the neighborhood around Maple Street?
Well, I've been a member of this community for the past 25 years. As I said, I do live at 56 East Bellevue. That's I've lived on the
this block of Bellevue for the past 25 years. I've lived in condominiums. I'm currently living in a single-family home on Bellevue. My home is about 600 feet away from the proposed cannabis dispensary. My family and I also own property, commercial property in the area. My wife owns the property located at 1031 North Rush Street. That property is the Tavern on Rush property. We also own a property at 1007 North Rush Street. That's a boutique store, retail store. Fried Boots, if anyone is familiar with that, is the tenant there. My wife also owns a condominium at 50 East Bellevue, again, also on the street of Bellevue.
Are you familiar with the general criteria for special use?
I am.
And in particular, in this case, we'll be focusing 2, 4, and 5, the interest in public convenience, compatible with the character surrounding area, and designed to promote pedestrian safety. Are you familiar with those 3?
I am.
Okay. Can you discuss with us the cannabis zoning districts and how that works?
Sure. Well, first of all, I believe that a cannabis dispensary on Maple Street at 12 Maple will have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of this very small community. And that's because of the intensive nature of the cannabis business. 12 West Maple is, in my opinion, the textbook example of where not to locate a marijuana store. And my position is based, Mr. Chairman and members, on my living experience in this neighborhood, as well as owning property in this neighborhood. But also I base my position on the legislation that's been drafted by our city council. And Chairman, I'm referring to section 17-7-0561 of the zoning ordinance. And that pertains to the cannabis zone districts. And I'd like to read that, 17-7-0561, the purpose of cannabis zone districts. And it is to provide
Objection. I'd like to object to this line of testimony because the cannabis exclusion zone, it's been determined that this site is not within it. So it's the same premise as the distance to the school or whether or not this is next to a park. But we are outside the cannabis exclusion zone, so I don't believe it's relevant testimony.
Mr. Murphy, where are you going with this?
It hasn't been established. We've had testimony to that effect, but you'll see, I'm just looking for a little latitude here, Mr. Chairman. The language in the statute that was not only proposed but voted on by the city council will show you very clearly that we're talking about a little bit more than that. So what I would ask your indulgence for about 3 minutes.
That's fine.
Thank you. Yeah. Reading this section, it provides for the distribution throughout the city of Chicago of adult use cannabis dispensaries, excluding an area in and around the central business district, which, because of its unique character, configuration, and intensive pedestrian, tourism, and entertainment-related traffic, presents a higher level of congestion, public safety, and security concerns. Chairman, the city council anticipated that cannabis would be a huge business in the city of Chicago, and they've been right. They've anticipated that cannabis would be an intensive use, and that's why they created the exclusive zone, the exclusion zone. And I will point out, the applicant PharmaCann stated that they're planning on doing $25 million a year plus in business out of this store. And to put that
I'm
in
going to
perspective-
object again. It is not within the cannabis exclusion zone.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain that unless you're going somewhere else with this.
Well, where I am going, go ahead. Where I am going, Mr. Chairman, is I'd like to get into why there is an impact, that there is an impact to the general welfare of this community. I'm trying to address the standard, and I'd like to address the standard by showing what this area is about. And I'd like to use the language in the ordinance. I'm not saying that we're out inside the exclusion zone, but what I would like to do is I would like to describe this neighborhood to you and the board members so that you understand truly
what's going on here and how this part of the ordinance applies to this neighborhood, to this very small community. I think it's only fair that I have an opportunity to talk about this.
We're talking about number 2.
Yeah, so you can make your underlying point, but without reference to the boundary, because what it sounded like you just said was exactly the nature of Ms. McGuire's objection, and also the same thing that applies to this notion of school boundaries and park boundaries, et cetera. I think you can characterize the neighborhood and make your underlying point, but do it without that reference to the boundary in the code.
Okay. Well, let me just, if I can have another minute in just describing this location. The proposed dispensary abuts the corner building, which is located at Maple and State Street. That's what we call the Maple, I think everyone would call the Maple and Ash building, restaurant building. The Maple and Ash restaurant building is in the exclusion district. So the proposed dispensary is touching the exclusion area. Essentially, the
Objection, it's going the same line of questioning. It's out of the exclusion zone. It's the same thing as if we said we're across the street from the school.
But it's part of my description of the area. It's part of what I'm getting at as to what the impact of this facility, of this cannabis facility, will be on the neighborhood, on the community.
Yeah, just describe it without reference to the boundary. You can make your point, just do it without reference to the boundary. In fact,
without saying that it's touching the building.
I won't say that it's touching the building. Okay.
That's not what's giving you your point, right? The fact that it's touching the boundary is not what's leading to the neighborhood being how you're trying to describe it, right?
I understand. The applicant's case does not meet the standards for the zoning, in the zoning code for a special use. The applicant is using the unique character of the surrounding area to establish that their use is compatible with the area. Yet the entirety of that area that they're talking about, the restaurants, the entertainment, the hotels, etc., the stores, the shops, is located almost wholly within the exclusion zone, which specifically doesn't allow the cannabis use. Again, referring to the ordinance, it excludes an area in and around the central business district, which because of its
Mr. Chairman,
configuration and intensive
Mr. Chairman,
tourism and entertainment.
Let's move on from the boundary question.
Okay. Again, so what the applicant is saying is that because they are outside the boundary, they are outside the exclusion boundary, but they're saying that somehow the character isn't unique anymore because they're outside the boundary. Somehow the intensive pedestrian tourism and entertainment related traffic doesn't exist west of the boundary. Somehow the high level of congestion doesn't exist outside of this boundary at the west wall of Maple and Ash. And somehow the public safety and the security concerns don't exist at this point on Maple Street. I think that defies logic. Originally, PharmaCann told us, Mr. Chairman, this was back in their first community meeting, that there would be
I apologize.
Go ahead, Ms. McGuire.
I just keep having to reiterate the same argument. You keep telling Mr. Banks to not reference his soliloquy here based on the boundary of this exclusion zone. We've established it's outside the exclusion zone.
We are
I don't know
moving
how
on,
many
Mr.
times.
Chairman.
Please do.
Again, originally, PharmaCann told the community that there would be 1,000+ transactions per day at this location. Now I don't really know where they are, but it's hundreds. But really, there's no limit on the amount of business that PharmaCann will do at this location. The impact on this already maxed out neighborhood will be enormous.
Mr. Banks, when you say the economics of PharmaCann and the growth, how do we know that they intend on growing this business past 1,000 customers a day?
Well, one of their witnesses.
I'm having a very hard, I'm sorry to interrupt. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm having a very hard time hearing Mr. Murphy. Could you please repeat the question?
That may be the first time in my professional career.
Mr. Banks, how do we know that PharmaCann is intending on growing their business and growing past the 1,000 customers a day?
Well, I think we heard from one of your witnesses, I believe his first name is Bill, where you questioned and Mr. McGuire questioned, and it came out that in phase 2, which is the real operation of their business, they're going to have 10 POS stations. They talked about being able to do 35 transactions every 10 minutes or 210 transactions an hour. 12 hours a day, that's 2,520 transactions in a day. Now I know that that's taking it to the extreme, but the point is this store is set up 10 point of sale stations. This store is set up for volume. There's nowhere in the testimony that's been made today, given today, has anybody talked about limiting business. They're talking about building their business, and I understand that. That makes sense. But the amount of volume that this store can do is enormous. Again, they talked about doing 15 to 25 million. That's what cannabis stores are doing in the city of Chicago. And they projecting on the high side of that at $25 million. And just to give you a little color on what $25 million is, the biggest restaurants in the city of Chicago, Gibson's, Hugo's, Tavern on Rush, don't do near that. Gibson's and Hugo's together, makes sense, do that sort of business. To do that in a restaurant is phenomenal. To do that much business, to do that many transactions is phenomenal. Again, the impact of those transactions on this neighborhood, this little neighborhood, and what you need to understand, please, Chairman and members of the board, is that this isn't the quote Viagra triangle. This is Alderman Smith talked about it. This is a small, basically 2-block in every direction community with a beautiful little park in the middle of it, which is maxed out, which is filled every day. The city council knew that cannabis would be a big seller, would be an intense use. That's why they created that exclusion district. And they specifically used language in and around the central business district. The council excluded an area because they believe it can't.
Objection. We're back to the same.
We're really
argument.
not. We're really not.
Mr. Banks, no commentary about the boundary, the exclusion zone.
I'm getting my point, Mr. Chairman, is that an exclusion zone was created specifically because the exclusion zone can't handle marijuana. It's too intense of a use for marijuana.
Objection. I would object to the basis of this witness having any knowledge necessarily about exactly what the basis of that exclusion zone was.
I'm reading
And then
the
I'm
ordinance.
just going to I'm going to reiterate my same objection again. It's not relevant.
I will sustain it for what feels like the 15th time.
Okay, I'll move us along with another question, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Banks, you talked about the growth of the business, the well over $25 million in sales.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe the traffic that already exists in the area? And then what the difference would be if we added 1,000 customers or more to that one-way, one-block street in this time of COVID when they're not taking public transportation, and how that would negatively impact.
Objection
that
to him
neighborhood.
leading his witness. I mean, you're essentially testifying for him.
I'm
counsel.
sorry, were you listening to your testimony?
Well,
Pay
then you should have
attention.
objected.
No,
You should have objected.
don't need to. That's what professionals do. So at the end of the day, can you describe the traffic problems that this will cause?
Well, again, this is a very small, unique area. This is an area where Rush Street and State Street meet. As was pointed out, Maple Street is a very short, one-way, one passing lane, one lane, I should say, street. There's parking on both sides of Maple Street. Anyone who lives in the neighborhood, who does business here, knows the condition of Maple Street.
It's extremely difficult to traverse. During any types of busy times of the day, traffic times, it's very, very difficult to make a left onto State Street, or a right for that matter, because of the two stoplights. The traffic on Maple Street backs up routinely. It backs up at 10 in the morning from State Street going west. My point is that adding 1,000, 800, 1,500 transactions a day will completely exacerbate that problem. It will completely, we're at a breaking point in this neighborhood, especially now with COVID. Hopefully it's a temporary situation, but it may not be. Temporary might be a year or two. They've closed Rush Street down in an effort to help the restaurants survive, essentially.
How does the closing of Rush Street affect the traffic flow in the area?
What it's done is it's pushed the traffic, all of the traffic on Rush has been pushed to State Street. All of the northbound traffic on Rush, because it only goes northbound, has now been pushed to State Street. All of the valets for Gibson's, for Tavern, for Hugo's, for Lux Bar, for Carmine's have all now been moved to State Street, to essentially the east side of State Street. So that's where people valet their cars. It's made that area that much more difficult to traverse. In addition, all of the delivery trucks to the businesses drop off on State Street. Again, making State Street that much more narrow. Again, adding 1,000 customers a day to this location will make a difficult situation impossible. And I think that's what Alderman Hopkins touched on.
And Mr. Banks, can you talk about your security concerns or the security concerns of the people?
Well, it is a concern. And, you know, we've heard that they're
Mr.
gonna-
Chairman, this is the court reporter. I did not hear the question.
Mr. Murphy, would you repeat the question, please?
Yes, Mr. Banks, can you discuss the security concerns in the neighborhood?
Well, security concerns, the concerns of our area is that we're going to have another 1,000 people, 1,000 transactions plus in this neighborhood. What do we have? We have some patrols walking around with their walkie-talkies, I guess to report incidents that may occur. I don't quite understand the whole security thing. It's a very difficult situation. Right now, there's basically one beat patrolman covering this area. It's an impossible situation. There's no tickets. Very, 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 very few tickets are written for traffic infractions there.
Mr. Banks, when you say one beat officer present, you're talking about the real police, not security.
I'm talking about a Chicago policeman, yes.
Again, I can't, is that Mr. Murphy again?
Yeah, I'll get closer. Mr. Banks, when you say one beat officer, you're talking about the real police, a Chicago police officer, correct?
That is correct. I'm talking about the Chicago Police Department. And if you speak with the police in this neighborhood, as I do often, they're in a very tough situation. They're in a tough
Objection,
situation.
hearsay.
Yeah, sustained.
But my response is, Judge, hearsay has been submitted through the last 6 hours of this hearing. If you like,
Mr. Murphy, you are welcome to object at that time. That was rank hearsay.
Well, then an exception to the hearsay rule is the effect on the listener. And we are offering this statement not for the truth of the matter asserted. We are offering it for the effect on the listener and how it affected the thought process of Mr. Banks.
Mr. Murphy, you're a litigator. You know better than that. That was an
I'm a trial
absurd
lawyer,
response.
ma'am. I'm not a litigator. There's a difference.
Hold on.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's not I apologize, but that was absolutely being put forth for the truth of the matter asserted. It's rank hearsay.
Let's keep going. Let's move on.
Do you have an opportunity to communicate with the one law enforcement officer in the area?
I do.
Based on your conversations with him, what did you take away from those conversations?
That it's under policed.
And when you say under police, what do you mean?
For instance, there's no chance that the police, that they'll be able to write tickets for small infractions in the park.
What are they more concerned with?
They're more concerned with.
No,
serious crime.
no.
Yeah.
Mr. Murphy, that's a combination of hearsay and some other objectionable practices. We're not going to.
We'll move on. We'll move on, Judge.
Yeah, thank you.
What other security concerns are there, Mr. Banks?
The security concerns are, of course, traffic, the impact on the community of the traffic, of the people that are, the sheer number of people that were
funneling into this neighborhood, into this, again, very small 2-block neighborhood.
Mr. Banks, is your objection, that objection to this project that you are not in favor of cannabis dispensaries?
I have no issue with cannabis.
What is your issue?
The issue is this particular cannabis at 12 Maple, at this particular location, on this particular street,
In this particular 2-block area. That's my objection.
So I understand you correctly. You're basically saying it doesn't fit.
I'm saying it doesn't fit. I'm saying that it has there is an adverse impact on the welfare of this community by this use. I'm saying that it is not compatible with the area. I'm saying it's not compatible with the area in terms of the way it generates traffic and how it affects the pedestrian safety and comfort in this immediate area.
In essence, they're trying to put 5 pounds of stuff into a 1 pound bag.
And the 1 pound bag.
Objection.
You've made the point. Let's keep going, please, Mr. Murphy.
Okay. Are you familiar with any other locations PharmaCann is looking at to build a dispensary?
I understand that they've applied for a special use at 60 West Security.
Are you familiar
I'm
with
going to object.
that location?
Hold on a moment, please. I'm going to object to this line of questioning based on relevance.
Counselor, where are you going with this?
Where we're going is that 3 lanes are better than 2, 2 lanes are better than 1. You heard it from Alderman Smith and Alderman Hopkins that there are better sites. And what I am going to ask this attorney, who is not only a zoning attorney who has given advice, though we won't get into the clients, has given advice to other dispensary applicants. He has significant more insight to the issues of zoning and moving and traffic than any other lay witnesses do. So
The objection here is not, the standard is not whether or not there are better locations than this one. It is entirely irrelevant to bring in our other applications.
Yeah.
let me ask in a different way. Based on your experience, not only as an attorney and a parent and a business owner, does traffic in the city of Chicago flow more smoothly if there is 1 lane available or 2 lanes available for the purposes of moving the traffic?
Obviously, more lanes move traffic better than less lanes. So 2 lanes would move the traffic better than 1 lane and 3 lanes better than 2.
I can't hear you.
And then with respect to the movement of traffic.
Murphy, I can't hear Mr. Banks. I need you a little closer.
Shall I repeat my answer?
Please. Yes, please repeat your list.
My answer was that obviously 3 lanes moves traffic better than 1 lane and 3 lanes move traffic better than 2 lanes.
Mr. Murphy, where is this line of questioning going? It doesn't sound like you're talking about traffic specific to Maple.
Well, Maple is the 1 lane traffic we're talking about.
Yeah, but what's
So I'm comparing, I'm sorry, I'm stepping on you. Go ahead.
What's the 3 lane traffic you're talking about?
I didn't talk about 3 lane traffic. I talked about 2 and 1.
You just said 3 lanes is better than 1, right?
No, 2 lanes is better than 1.
Okay, what's the 2 lane you're talking about?
What I'm talking about is 2 lanes of traffic move the cars through neighborhoods better than 1 lane. We have a situation at Maple, not only we have 1 lane of traffic on Maple Street, we now have
Mr. Murphy is now testifying.
I'm answering the judge's question.
I want to know where you're going with this, because if ultimately where you're going is about other locations, let's move on from this. If you're talking about something, we've talked about traffic a lot, right, on Maple. So you've made that argument.
So
If
you
you're
get,
talking- yeah, if you're talking now about other locations that have more lanes, I don't want to go to other locations. Let's stick to this one.
I'll move on. Mr. Banks, you are an attorney in the zoning area of law, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've been so for over 3 decades now?
Yes, sir.
2.5 decades. What is your process? I know, get closer. What is your process for advising clients when they're looking for locations for cannabis dispensary?
Well, whether it's a cannabis or any other type of use, client comes in.
I'm going to object on relevance basis again.
Yeah, Counselor, what's the relevance of this?
That we will get there, that the importance or the relevance in this particular situation, of this line of questioning, is that applicants don't typically buck the system and take on the 3 aldermen located in the area. And what I'm
Okay,
giving the.
that
what
is
I'm-
so far afield.
Hold on. Yeah, let's skip that line of questioning. Go
We'll
to your
skip
next.
that line of questioning, okay. Mr. Chairman, if you can give me a minute, we may be done.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have nothing more for this witness, and I would like to call Mr. Thompson out of our order.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right, Brian, can you hear me?
You have to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Now we're good. Brian, can you hear us?
Yes, sir, Council. How are you?
Real good. Thank you for sticking around. It's a testament to all your interest for sticking around for the last 7 hours. And I do want you to know we all appreciate it. And I will speak for the other attorneys and the board. If I ask you a question and it's not clear, and believe me, it'll happen, please tell me.
Mr. Thompson, do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Murphy, I need you to unmute yourself and then continue.
So if I ask a question that's unclear or you don't understand, please let me know. Okay? Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Brian L. Thompson, Thompson.
And Brian, where do you live?
555 West Kinsey, Chicago, Illinois.
And can you briefly describe your educational background to the board, please?
Went to Southern Illinois many, many years ago, and left in 1987 and got into the real world.
And then how about your professional career? Can you go through your professional career for us?
Retired 3 years ago. Chicago Police Commander. I did 27 years with CPD. The last 6 months to a year, I've been doing some consulting work, and I currently work for the state.
Okay, so you were a Chicago police officer, 27 years. How high a rank is commander?
Patrolman, detective, sergeant, lieutenant, captain, commander.
Okay, so you're way up there.
Yeah, it's a good spot.
And what was the area that you were the commander of?
I ran the executive protection detail for Mayor Emanuel for 6.5 years, and 11 years I was under the. I was commander for a year, and I ran the protection detail for Mayor Daley.
Okay, can you tell us about your experience? You know, we've been talking about a potential cannabis dispensary on Maple. Can you tell us about your experience in that area as a police officer through commander?
Yeah, from 1995 to 2000, I was a patrolman in the 18th district. That beat is 1824. That was one of my beats as a patrolman assigned to the 18th district.
And as a police officer through commander, what crimes did you typically see in that area, or do they typically occur?
The majority of the crimes in the area are property crimes, theft, pickpocketing, things of that nature.
And the other 10% more of a violent variety?
Within the last 6 months to a year, it's kind of spiked up with violent variety, yes.
Okay. And would you consider these more or less crimes of opportunity?
Yes, I would.
Okay. And what exactly are crimes of opportunity?
Most of the people in that neighborhood are either coming or going to entertainment venues, venues of dining, things of that nature. And typically the offenders prey on consumers either going to or from their vehicles when they leave these establishments.
In your old world, did you consider those easy targets?
Yes, sir.
And were they easy targets, at least in part because they were carrying cash, or that the criminals thought they were carrying cash?
I'm going to objection. He's leading the witness.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
That is correct. If the perception is that they would have cash on them based upon the venues that they would leave.
Okay. And then what about enforcement of the laws in that area? What kind of police presence do we have? And how big of an area does that person or persons have to cover?
Well, unfortunately, the 18th district is a pretty large district. It goes from the river south to North Avenue, to Fullerton to the north. And it goes from Lakeshore, from the beaches on the lake to certain parts, Halsted and Ashland to the west. The problem is, every location is more demanding than the other. So currently you got a foot patrol person that's assigned to that area between Oak and Division roughly, and between Clark and Rush Street. So they're spread pretty thin. They're not, the district's not at full capacity.
And what's the likelihood, given your experience, that the police officer or beat officer in the area is going to enforce parking ordinances or smoking ordinances?
Probably limited.
Can I objection to this the foundation of these questions? I'm not even clear on what timeline we're talking about here.
Yeah, that's sustained. Can you expound a little bit on where you've referenced a couple numbers too, in terms of crime stats, and I don't know what you're referring to and where you're getting the numbers.
All right, I don't know that I've referenced numbers, but we can go through that. Based on your experience as a 27-year veteran, as well as what you see now as a resident, do you ever see the Chicago police officers enforcing smoking ordinances or parking or anything kind of on that lower level?
I've seen that, no.
Did they do so during your 27 years as a police officer?
Very rarely.
Is it safe to say that they've got more important things or more serious things to worry about?
Objection.
State the basis of the objection, please, Counselor.
Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, foundation. I mean, I don't understand why we're. I'm sorry, I've got an echo here. I apologize.
What's the?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know, is it safe to say, like, you know, let the gentleman testify. Ask him a question about what he knows based on the data that he has, rather than on speculating about what the police department generally right now thinks.
Yeah, sustain.
I never said the word think. I've never even asked a question remotely like that.
Let's stay focused on Mr. Thompson's experience in the past, and since he's not currently a police officer, let's avoid talking about current police priorities or internal.
Well, he certainly can testify to what he sees, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So with respect to what you experienced as an officer and what you see now, are the anti-smoking or parking ordinances enforced by CPD?
No.
And why is that?
Right now, CPD is overstretched with resources dedicated to the explosion in crime in the last 6 months. COVID has contributed to that as well. It's a state of civil unrest with Michigan Avenue going up and the looting going on right now.
Can you describe to the board your experience with private security companies and their ability to deter criminals as opposed to?
Objection.
I haven't finished
What
the
is the
question
found-
yet.
Well, the foundation of the question
I
is
haven't
flawed.
finished the question.
Finish the question, please, Mr. Murphy.
Okay. Mr. Corey Porter, can you read the beginning back of the question, please? I'll re-ask. That
No,
might- that's a tough-
Do you want me to
it's a
do it
tough
or not?
ask.
Can you describe to the board your experience with private security companies and their ability to deter criminals as opposed to?
CPD or the real police? And that's based on your 27 years and your experience today, what you observed.
I'm assuming what you're asking me, does a private security company have the same police powers as a on-duty police officer?
Yes, and their ability to deter crime.
They do have the ability to deter crime depending on the infrastructure, how the security template is set up, depending on which account is being secured. You can use armed, unarmed, uniform, off-duty law enforcement for various venues.
But to be clear, the Chicago police officers are all armed, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, thank you for the background. I appreciate that. We're going to talk, you've gone over the general criteria for special use regarding the petitioner's desire to put a cannabis dispensary on Maple Street, correct?
Right.
Can you please describe the
Objection. Can I just ask a question?
come on.
Go ahead, Ms. McGuire. What's the objection?
I'm just trying to understand, is Mr. Thompson an expert or is he testifying as a lay witness?
Mr. Murphy?
I've never offered him as an expert.
Okay, fair enough. Can you re-ask the question then, please?
I don't know if you keep, that's all the interruptions. Can you, Mr. Corey Porter, can you read it back? Actually, I think I got it. Mr. Thompson, are you familiar with the general criteria for special use?
Repeat the question, sir.
The general criteria for special use?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and we talked about, or can you talk about a significant the significant adverse impact that a cannabis dispensary would cause to the Maple Street area?
First of all, I'm 100% for cannabis dispensaries. The problem is Maple, the infrastructure and the logistics of Maple Street would create a funnel, depending on the weather and situations of various traffic and pedestrians, are hard to secure. At Vision Street, which nobody has mentioned yet, is closed on the weekends, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You have additional CTA buses that have been rerouted from Vision Street to Maple. In addition to the deliveries and things of that nature, it would probably be a hard location to secure.
What about the addition of the closing of Rush Street?
That would again bring additional traffic, foot traffic, and vehicular traffic to that area.
And what would happen in terms of vehicular traffic, or what would the effect of adding 300, 400, 600 cars to that Maple Street in a day?
100% affect the ability of emergency responders to respond to calls on that block.
Because too many cars?
Yeah.
Okay. What about, do you think you said you were not anti-cannabis. So to you, this is not a cannabis issue. It's a balance and fit issue, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then what about would a cannabis dispensary, given the traffic that we've talked about, fit with the character of the surrounding area?
No, it would not.
And why is that?
Due to the fact of the amount of people that will come, like we talked first, the opportunities that are currently down there now that are preying on people coming from to and from these venues, will have additional people that they would probably consider victims.
Now, you've heard that the dispensaries are trying to limit the amount of cash that they take in by offering an online or credit option. Have you heard that testimony?
Correct.
My question to you is, when the consumers purchase the cannabis, when they walk out, because they don't have cash on them, are they still potential victims?
That's right, yes.
And that's because the cannabis has value, correct?
Right.
I have nothing further with this witness.
Why would you like to cross-examine?
Yes, I would, please. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Thompson.
Good evening, counsel. How are you?
Good, thank you. Thank you for staying so late. I just have a couple questions. You indicated that you're currently doing some consulting work. Do you have a separate private security company?
No, right now, yes, I do. But in addition to that, but I'm also working for the state, so I'm double dipping.
Okay. Okay. And the security company that is this your company?
I have a company, and I'm also consulting with another company. Yes.
Okay. What are those companies?
Universal Security is the company I'm consulting with. I have my own MD security business, Bulwark Security Corporation.
Okay. For either of those, okay, for your services for Universal Security, what clients are you consulting for?
I had TAL a couple years back. I had Related Midwest. Currently Midway Distribution on the south side of Chicago. Gold Coast Association.
Okay. And what about Bulwark?
Well, I have a state job now, so I did some executive protection back in 2018 for some high-end clients.
Do you provide any security services for businesses in this area?
The Gold Coast, I consulted with Universal Security Gold Coast Association on the weekends, in the summer, in 2018 and 2019 with Universal Security.
Do you have any particular experience in providing security services or consulting for cannabis companies?
No, I do not.
Do you have any experience in security consulting or services for restaurants or taverns such as in this area?
Yes, I ran the security at Tao Restaurant located at Dearborn and Ohio back in 2018, September to January.
Okay. Why would a restaurant need security?
High volume of foot traffic, pickpockets, things of that nature. If it's a cash business, it depends on how big or small the bar location is. Overserved people, things of that nature.
Did you provide security officers then or security staff for the restaurant?
Both. I had unarmed, they had a nightclub component and we had unarmed guards there, and I had off-duty law enforcement for the restaurant.
Okay. Those unarmed guards, what was their role?
They're mainly control the flow of the traffic for the crowds into and out of the venue at the beginning and end of the night.
You testified, you concluded that this would have, and let me just go back to the standards, so I'm reading them to you correctly. Well, let me back up a little bit. Do you have any expertise in traffic patterns, traffic consulting?
No, ma'am.
When you indicated that this would have an adverse impact on the neighborhood due to increased traffic, what data or information are you relying on?
For 3.5 years, I was a foot officer on Michigan Avenue, where I had to direct traffic 4 or 5 hours of. I'm pretty familiar with the traffic flow of patterns of the 18th district.
Did you review the traffic study that was provided by the applicant in this case?
No, I did not.
Did you conduct, are you aware of what the traffic flows are and numbers of cars on Maple on any given day?
No, I do not know that on any given day.
Based on your experience in the restaurant industry and consulting with businesses in the neighborhood, do restaurants generate a lot of traffic as well?
That's correct. Yes, they do.
And they generate a fair amount of foot traffic as well, do they not? You indicated that the establishment of this cannabis business right here would create additional targets for crime. Is that an accurate statement?
That's correct.
Is there anything particular about the cannabis business itself that makes these additional targets?
No, it's the amount of volume of customers that will be coming to this location, which is a one-way street, literally from LaSalle to State Street. Currently, the looters and the things that have been happening in the last couple of months, most of the offenders park on either Clark or Dearborn about a park, and what they do is they go east, commit their crimes, what they got to do, and they have like getaway vehicles either on Clark Street or Dearborn to exit the area as fast as possible.
But that has nothing to do, that is not unique to a cannabis establishment here, is that correct?
Unique to a cannabis establishment is that is currently going on right now in the 18th district. This cannabis establishment will be bringing an additional 1,000 people a day to that one block area, which will provide more opportunities for criminals.
So the testimony today has not been that there's going to be 1,000 customers a day, is that correct?
Well, maybe I'm mistaken, but several hundred.
A restaurant would generate, in your opinion, would a restaurant generate the same amount of volume of customers?
Right, and currently the restaurants around that in that area have off-duty law enforcement working security.
And what's the difference between off-duty law enforcement versus security contractors?
Well, off-duty law enforcement, 99% of the time are armed. And if anything goes down where it's some kind of violent crime or things of that nature, they're equipped and deal with it based on their training.
What about when it comes to, hold on just a moment, let me check my notes here. Just bear with me one moment here. Before you agreed to testify today, well, let me ask you one thing, actually. I should have done this at the outset. Have you been retained as a witness here?
Explain retained. I mean, am I getting paid?
Sorry, are you being paid? Are you being paid for your testimony today?
No, I'm not being paid, no.
Who asked you to testify today?
Several people, residents of the Gold Coast area.
And who were those people?
Trish Rooney, Mr. and Mrs. Banks, Mr. Coletti.
Okay. Did you conduct any sort of analysis or independent review of PharmaCann's security plan?
No, I did not.
Okay. if you were able to, and it was determined that PharmaCann's security plan exceeds the state's requirements for cannabis dispensaries, would that give you any comfort that security here would be appropriately handled?
Objection calls for speculation.
Just asking his opinion.
You're asking him to speculate. You've given him a hypothetical. You started the sentence with if.
Ask it a different way, Counselor.
Fair enough. There's been testimony today about the security protocols, both by PharmaCann representatives as well as an independent security consultant about PharmaCann's security operations, proposed operations at this location. All right. Did you hear those?
Yes, Counsel, I did.
Did you hear that testimony?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you also hear the testimony that that exceeds the state requirements for cannabis dispensaries?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you hear also the testimony from the security consultant that there is no data available that indicates that cannabis dispensaries increase crime in neighborhoods?
That's correct.
Do you disagree with that assessment?
Right now, cannabis is a 8-month-old institution within the city. So right now we're going through uncharted waters in regards to cannabis and security. The gentleman that's spoken today seem to be highly qualified to provide security for this company. Very impressed with their backgrounds and things